Good morning, everybody. Please sit down. So, welcome to today's council meeting. Before starting on today's business, I can confirm that this meeting is being run in accordance with public health requirements. Please may I remind you, everyone, to maintain social distancing and respect the one-way systems that are in place for your safety. When sitting in the chamber, you must continue to wear your face coverings unless you are speaking. You must also wear it when moving around, entering or leaving, and in public areas. Due to the logistics involved in running this meeting, you must enter and leave in a specific manner, and you will have been allocated a member of the Democratic Services team to be your marshal to support this process. A message was sent around to you yesterday about arrangements for lunch. Suffice to say, you will be required to leave the chamber in a specific order on the advice of your marshal and return to your assembly point. Hand sanitizer is available for use on your desks. Please help us to help you to make a safer environment for everyone. So we move to agenda number 1, prayers. I would like to welcome Reverend Patrick Gilbert to his first council meeting. He is joining us remotely today to take prayers. He has recently been ordained priest of the Church of England, and he is originally from St Austell and is currently assistant curate at All Saints Higher Town, Truro. He's worked closely with the council and its steering groups, improving race awareness and equality. Reverend Gilbert, please will you lead the council in prayers?
Thank you. Lovely to be with you all today. Thank you for inviting me to come and pray with you this morning. So let us gather our thoughts as we begin to focus our hearts and minds in a time of prayer. Let us reflect on the day ahead as well as coming days and weeks ahead of us. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we pray that this day may be holy, good, and joyful, that we may offer to you our worship and our work, that we may strive for the well-being of all creation, that in the pleasures and pains of life we may know the love of Christ and be thankful, that we may be bound together by your Holy Spirit. And as we emerge over this past year, we pray that we can be in communion with you and all your saints, entrusting one another and all our life to Christ. We pray to you, O Lord. Let us commend ourselves and for all whom we pray to the mercy and protection of God. Amen. For today's collect, merciful God, you have prepared for those who love you such good things as pass our understanding. Pour into our hearts such love toward you, that we, loving you in all things and above all things, may obtain your promises, which exceed all that we can desire. Through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who is alive and reigns with you, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. And let us move into a time of prayer for those in government. King of Kings and Lord of Lords, we give thanks for those who are in public life. We pray for our Queen and the royal family, for the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, government and Parliament, and for all those who assist and advise them. We pray for those who serve in local government and for all who work for local councils. especially our newly elected Cornwall County Council. So be present in all their deliberations and guide every exercise of political power. Cleanse every tendency to self-interest and inspire the ideal of serving others. That tactics may be tempered by compassion and decisions informed by wisdom. We pray that our county and our country be led into the light of your kingdom. We acknowledge our own responsibility to pray for those who govern us, and we ask you to remind all who make up the church in our land to do likewise. For we pray in the name of him whose own authority flows from his readiness to serve, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Amen. And now for the Lord's Prayer. Let us pray with confidence as our Saviour has taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And now I will close with a final blessing. So now may the love of the Lord Jesus draw you to himself. The power of the Lord Jesus strengthen you in his service. The joy of the Lord Jesus fill your hearts, and the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you now and always. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Gilbert. Have a blessed day. Agenda item number 2, apologies for absence. I've been notified of the following apologies for absence. Councillor Martin will be late. Councillor Parsons, Councillor Wills and Councillor Mitchell won't be attending. No. Councillor Alvey, you are going to be leaving early?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just apologies for early departure. I'm attending the International Net Zero Conference, leadership conference organised by UK 100, representing Cornwall Council at the conference.
Not here. All right, okay. Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a meeting with Secretary of State Oliver Dowden at 11:40, so we'll be leaving this meeting for the duration of that meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have to leave at 1:30.
Thank you. Just to note that Councillor Mitchell is attending, but virtually. Please note that Councillor Harris, on the basis of medical advice, Councillor Mitchells and Monk, due to requirement of self-isolation, are joining us remotely today. They're able to speak, but not to vote. Please can they indicate by putting an X in the box when they wish to speak and only put their camera on when speaking. Agenda item number 3, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of their interests? If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registrable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether it or not you have already entered it onto the register. No. Agenda item 4, Chairman's announcements. I'm delighted to announce that my chosen charity for this year is the Cornwall Wildlife Trust. The Trust was established in 1962 and is the leading local wildlife charity working to bring nature back and to tackle climate change. The Trust looks after 58 nature reserves across Cornwall, including a marine nature reserve, Loo Island. They also run a range of conservation projects on land and on sea. These include advising farmers and fishermen to be wildlife friendly in their businesses, and as a partner in the Cornwall Beaver Project with a beaver trust, brought back the first pair of beavers that Cornwall has had for over 400 years to Woodland Valley Farm, and more have followed. The Trust have 17,000 members in Cornwall and supported by over 140 businesses, with a further 1,400 local volunteers taking action for nature in Cornwall each year. In partnership with Cornwall Council and the University of Exeter, the Trust recently published a State of Nature Cornwall report, which confirmed that the nature is in decline in Cornwall. In partnership with Natural England, the Trust recently secured funding from DEFRA for a G7 Legacy Nature Recovery Partnership project, bringing forward action for people, for nature and for climate, which the Council is a key partner on. The Trust are delighted to be selected as the Chairman's Charity of the Year and have provided an information pack for each councillor. Carolyn Cadman, Chief Executive of the Trust, and her team are looking forward to working with Cornwall Council members and staff to take action for nature together over the coming years, when they will also celebrate their 60th birthday. More details are in your pack. I'm delighted now to be able to share a short film from the Trust.
A thriving natural world is essential for our health, happiness, climate and future. From healthy soil to grow food, fresh air to breathe, clean water to drink, and wild spaces to enjoy, nature's health affects us all. We face an ecological and climate crisis. Habitat loss, disturbance and pollution have all contributed to wildlife decline. It is a global challenge which requires action at international, national and local levels to improve. In Cornwall, farmland birds like skylarks have declined by nearly 30% in the last 25 years. We have globally significant species of wildlife on our doorstep, and we can restore and recreate habitats to encourage species back. For example, the Cornish chough returned after an absence of 28 years when clifftop grasslands were enhanced. Cornwall Wildlife Trust sees the need for a nature recovery network. This means protecting and creating larger areas of habitat that are connected by wildlife corridors, ensuring land is actively being put into recovery for nature's benefit. By mapping the current environment and highlighting opportunities for change, we can help ensure a wilder future. It's all connected. The draining of moorland and wetland was encouraged in the past to increase food production, but this led to the loss of many species-rich areas of habitat. Large areas of peatland soil dried out and degraded, releasing carbon dioxide, contributing to climate change. By re-wetting peatlands and regenerating natural vegetation, we can restore a higher diversity of plants and animals, as well as storing more carbon. Our farmland supports far less wildlife than it did a generation ago. It doesn't have to be like this. Cornwall Wildlife Trust is working with farmers who are using regenerative farming techniques, reducing their use of pesticides and artificial fertilizers, and restoring soils and wildlife. In many areas, land is farmed right up to the banks of rivers and streams. This leaves little space for streamside wildlife and means that soil, pesticides and artificial fertilizers are easily washed in, polluting the water. Expanding on Cornwall Wildlife Trust projects such as trialling the reintroduction of beavers would lead to more natural dams to filter pollutants, pools for wetland wildlife, and a slower flow of water which reduces flooding. a few landowners are choosing to rewild their land. Rewilding is where natural processes are restored as far as possible, like introducing a mix of domestic grazing animals to mimic the effects of ancient herbivores that once roamed across the land. The aim is to let nature take care of itself, forming dynamic mosaics of scrubland, woodland groves and opened grasslands, supporting a plethora of wildlife. Roads create impassable barriers for many species. By building green bridges or designing tunnels at known crossing points, wildlife can move around more safely and relocate if needed as the climate changes. At home, we can unlock wildlife and turn our urban spaces into green jungles by creating hedgehog holes, building bug hotels and ponds, and embracing natural gardens. Our town planners can work with nature, introducing wildlife corridors and urban meadows for both people and wildlife to enjoy. On the coast, our sand dune systems are home to an array of birds, plants, reptiles, beetles and butterflies. Sand dune species like ground nesting birds are vulnerable to human disturbance. They will not breed in areas where dogs run off the lead. Conservation management like cattle and pony grazing helps to maintain a diverse mix of vegetation types, in turn allowing more wildlife to thrive. Cornwall's landscapes are our biggest asset for tourism. On our beaches and in our seas, pollution and wildlife disturbance is a big problem. We can all help by doing a beach clean, limiting use of pollutants upstream, and ensuring that mammals such as seals and dolphins are given plenty of room when humans explore our coastline and clear waters. Cornwall's iconic fishing industry is world famous. Our seas need protection from overfishing and its unintended impacts on other marine wildlife. By supporting fishermen who fish sustainably, we can influence continued improvement in the industry for years to come. There is much to do, but together we can bring nature back and create a wilder Cornwall. It's all connected, a network for nature that gives wildlife the space to recover for the benefit of one and all. Visit cornwallwildlifetrust.org.uk/connected to have your say.
Lovely. And the Cornwall Wildlife Trust will be at the cricket match, and they will be happy to chat with you all. On your seats today, you will find a postcard on Inspire a Generation, which relates to the delivery of a youth programme for G7, which was co-produced with young people. On the postcard, you will see a QR code that links to the website where the work is showcased. The single aim was to provide a platform for young people to express themselves to decision makers, influencers and leaders. The programme of activity engaged with a wide range of organisations, including community groups, schools, individuals and charities. Please do take the time to check out the website, as it demonstrates through films and narrative the numerous activities in which children and young people participate. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to thank all the officers involved, as without their dedication, this could not have been realised. Since the last Council meeting, the Vice Chairman and I consulted on a decision to be made by the Chief Executive under the urgency procedure of non-executive decisions in relation to the review of Article 9, the membership of the Audit Committee. This followed discussion with the group leaders and a report to the Constitution and Governance Committee on the 22nd of June 2021, who supported the recommendations set out in that report. The Chief Executive therefore made the following decisions. 1. To update Article 9 of the Constitution to remove the reference to no more than half of the members of the Council on the Audit Committee may be members or substitute members of any Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And 2. To update the Responsibility for Functions section of the Constitution in relation to the Audit Committee as follows. A. Add to the end of the paragraph 3.1a. To ensure its independence, the Audit Committee is directly accountable to full Council. And B. Amend paragraph 3.6a so that it does not refer to reporting to Cabinet and Council and instead reads, to report to full Council and to advise the Cabinet as appropriate on the committee's findings, conclusions and recommendations concerning the adequate and effectiveness of their governance, risk management and internal controls framework, financial reporting arrangements and internal and external audit functions. These changes were considered necessary as group leaders had expressed concerns about the previous restrictions on membership, and as a result of the change, it is also necessary to update the responsibility for functions section of the Constitution to reflect the Audit Committee's independence being achieved through direct reporting to the Council. The decision was taken as urgent because the first meeting of the Audit Committee was on the 2nd of July, which was before this meeting of the Council, where such decisions would normally be considered or made. Agenda number 5, Leaders' Announcements.
Members, there is a requirement for me as leader to report back to the Council on the actions taken in respect of motions that we referred to the Cabinet. I'm reporting on the progress regarding 2 motions which were referred at the March Council meeting. Firstly, members had met to discuss the full Council motion on support for Cornwall's shell fishing industry. The discussions noted that the representations to government made by the Cornwall Council had resulted in a change to the support on offer. And whilst gaps remain, it was felt that the current offer is comprehensive and is being accessed by industry. Further funding has been secured from DEFRA to support the cost of the export health certificates until the 1st of September 2021. Consultation with industry stakeholders will establish an interim but still discounted level for 6 to 12 months with full cost recovery fee after that if no further funds can be secured. All involved welcome that sufficient progress had been made that enabled me as leader to inform the full Council that there is no need for further debate at this time. Secondly, as reported to Council previously on this matter, the issue around road traffic accidents caused by medical episodes or automatism have been raised with our insurance and brokers. The response, as previously reported, was that this type of cover was not specifically available and it can be difficult to use as a defence. Each claim would need to be considered on a claim-by-claim basis, and if this was matter where it was being considered, it would require referral to an expert. Officers met with members following the initial response and agreed that this was an industry issue and as such it would be appropriate to raise the concern with the relevant government department for their view, and also to seek views on behalf of the local authorities through the Local Government Association. We await a response, and Councillor Desmond, Cabinet Member for Transport, will update us when this is required. And finally, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate those residents within Cornwall who were awarded in the Queen's birthday list. But I particularly want to draw everybody's attention to the fact, if you don't already know, that Pauline Giles, our chair, was actually awarded a BEM. And I think what made it extra special for Pauline was the day of the Queen's honours list. She was actually talking to the Queen in person at St Austell Railway Station. So congratulations.
Thank you, Leader. Move to agenda item 6, minutes. I will move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of May 2021 are correctly recorded and that they be signed by the Chairman subject to the amendment of reference minute CC 12, namely Councillor Tudor being included in the membership of the Strategic Planning Committee being moved from Resolution 1 to Resolution 2. I will ask the Vice Chairman to second the minutes. Councillor Rouse, please would you do so? Councillor Frank has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, apologies, I meant to raise this when I read through the minutes and it completely slipped my mind. But just as for clarity and accuracy of the minutes, on page 3, under CC9, election of leader, the order that the minutes are recorded in state that it was moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Mustoe, then Councillor Taylor duly made representation to the Council, and then it was resolved that Councillor Taylor be elected leader. That's not actually the order it happened in, because I believe Councillor Taylor made her speech after the vote. So I don't know if for accuracy of the minutes whether that needs to be swapped around. Sorry, I meant to raise it earlier. It completely slipped my mind.
Yes, that amendment will be made. Councillor Rouse.
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. All in favour? Carried. Agenda number 7, questions from the public. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, my Vice Chairman will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary question that is put must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Today we have 2 questions from members of the public. Question number 1 is from Mr. T. Brown of Callington. He is joining us remotely. Welcome, Mr. Brown. I'm hoping he's remote. Oh, there he is.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Oh,
Welcome.
wow, I'm on the TV.
Yes, lovely. Can you please read your question to Council?
Thank you. Is Cornwall Council going to reinstate recycling bins in Cornwall Council car parks? And will Cornwall Council funding be diverted from proposed recycle-to-go points and general waste bins that can take dog poo that are currently specified in the new BIFA contract?
Councillor Mould, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your question. Yes, we have made a commitment in our plan to reinstate recycling bins in council car parks where they are requested. We are working with one town council who actually retained their bins, but have suffered from misuse and fly tipping. So we need to determine how best to mitigate those issues and to that ensure in the long term we actually operate them as value for money. There is, of course, curbside collections for every household to use, and the waste team are always happy to help with any problems. We will not be diverting resources to fund the recycling bins. On-the-go recycling bins are also being introduced, and they will offer the option of recycling your drink bottle or can when you're out and about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mould. Mr. Brown, do you have a supplementary?
Yes. Could you confirm that the maintenance, emptying and other ongoing costs of recycling bins that are requested are going to be paid for by Cornwall Council?
That is still part of our ongoing, having to look until we've actually had a full review of how this is, we're working with this particular council at the moment. That decision will follow.
Thank you for sending your question in, Mr. Brown. Okay, question number 2. This question is from Mr. M. Brown of St Austell, who is not attending today, so I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the question.
Thank you, Chair. Last year's planning white paper was a developer's charter. The bill has been delayed, hopefully for reconsideration. How has or will the administration seek to influence government thinking? How will they aim to ensure the proposals meet Cornwall's needs and reflect council policy agreed in 2020?
Councillor Monk, are you with us?
I am. I'm not sure if I'm on screen or not.
Welcome. Would you like to reply?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for your question. Yes, the Cornwall Council are consulting and we're making representations to government as we speak. The details of the representation, I'm more than happy to provide an email response to Mr. Brown at the earliest possible opportunity.
And you don't have a supplementary? No. Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Agenda number 8, political proportionality of the Council. I will ask Councillor Hannaford to move and Councillor Rich to second the recommendation set out on page 13 of the agenda pack.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to propose the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, happy to second that. Thanks.
If there's no questions, can we go to the vote, please? All those in favour? And that's carried. Agenda item 9, State of Cornwall in the national context. I will now turn to the leader to give her State of Cornwall in the national context report, which was deferred from last month's meeting. There is no constitutional provision for questions on the content of this report.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody. Dear colleagues, I'm honoured to have the opportunity to deliver my maiden State of Cornwall in the national context speech at this time, as I doubt there's ever been a more pivotal moment for the Cornwall Council and this country right now. I would like to commence by briefly reflecting on the events of the last year before turning to the present situation and then looking to the future. Given the huge impact of the pandemic on our lives and livelihoods in Cornwall, the starting point has to be how Cornwall Council, our partners and our communities have pulled together this year to support each other, our health and our local businesses throughout the worst of times. It is a testament to all those involved that Cornwall had one of the lowest rates of infection throughout last year. As I have said before, this was not just down to good fortune or to a particular set of circumstances. It was thanks to the fortitude of all of those involved, including many members in this chamber today, but particularly the people of Cornwall, for adhering to the guidance of no matter how tough it was. More recently, the success of the rollout of the vaccination programme in Cornwall is absolutely astonishing and is helping to mitigate the impact in the rapid spread of the Delta variant witnessed over the past few weeks. On behalf of Cornwall Council, I would once again like to acknowledge and commend the substantial efforts made by the public, private and voluntary sector organisations, and particularly the army of volunteers that helped deliver an unprecedented response to support the people of Cornwall. With the government due to take step 4 on the COVID-19 roadmap next Monday, we can start to finally focus on taking those positive steps with our local communities, with our Cornish MPs and the government to build back stronger, greener and fairer. I want to now take a moment to reflect on the G7 summit last month, held here in Cornwall, because for me, this represented the first step on our own roadmap to ensure Cornwall bounces forward from the consequences of that pandemic. Thanks to the considerable efforts of this council, working with an array of partners, the G7 leaders and their sizable delegations, along with representatives from Australia, South Korea and South Africa and the EU, they all gathered safely, securely and successfully with the eyes of the world on Cornwall for those 3 amazing days. Cornwall was front and centre of global Britain. I'm incredibly proud of the fact that the global legacy of the summit was the signing of the Carbis Bay Declaration to provide 1 billion vaccine doses to low and middle income countries across the world, and to ensure the devastation caused by coronavirus is never repeated. With the support of the government, the council also secured several local legacy commitments which to support Cornwall's recovery. From schemes to kickstart town centre regeneration to work to boost biodiversity and restore our natural environment. These plans will make a real difference to the lives of our residents. I am particularly pleased that the Prime Minister announced the ambitious target to make Cornwall the first net carbon zero area in the country. This work will involve planting trees, restoring peat, making improvements to water quality, recreating scarce habitats and reintroducing lost and declining species. Included in this will be the restoration of our wetlands, which will help take 440,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Our proposals include the award of up to 1 million for businesses for the development of new green energy technologies and the establishment of Cornwall as a pilot area for a new e-bike support scheme. All this and more chimes with the themes of our pre-election Conservative plan, which aims to translate the national policies into local action to support the people of Cornwall first and foremost. And so I want to turn now to our ambitions for Cornwall in this new era and start by thanking the people of Cornwall for listening to what we set out in our plan and choosing this administration to deliver. We are determined to create a carbon zero Cornwall where everyone can start well, live well and age well. This pandemic has had a devastating impact on some people's lives and livelihoods. By way of illustration, the number of universal credit claims increased by 101% during the first 12 months of this pandemic, with over 19,000 residents receiving unemployment benefit at the end of March 2021. And during the same 12-month period, Cornwall's GVA reduced by an estimated £100 million. As well documented, the pandemic has dramatically impacted the housing market, with house prices and rental values both increasing by over 15% since March 2020. With 576 households already in temporary accommodation, there are a unique set of circumstances at play in Cornwall, which is creating a housing crisis that requires everyone in the chamber to help tackle. We want every child to have the best start in life, full of opportunities for a bright future here in Cornwall. Thousands of children got involved in the G7, from young Cornish reporters in the International Media Centre through to the Youth Summit in Carbis Bay, an approach government wants Glasgow to follow for COP26. Our commitment is to be ambitious for each and every one of Cornwall's children. No child should have to grow up in poverty. Everyone needs a secure home and a good income to live well. We will turbocharge Cornwall's economy with the help of the new global investment interests in our fantastic green and digital industries. As we prepare to deliver Europe's first horizontal satellite launch next year, the sky is no longer the limit for Cornwall, and I am determined that local residents benefit from new job opportunities. We will bring forward a package of support for people of all ages to retrain, learn new skills and realise their ambitions. At the same time, we are taking a rapid action to end homelessness and ensure that everyone has a secure home. There is a lot to do, as the number of people in temporary and emergency accommodation doubled over the pandemic as the extent of hidden homelessness was revealed. The latest batch of bunker bins are due to be in place next month, and we are taking bold action to take families out of insecure, emergency accommodation over the coming weeks and months. As is so often the case when we build our approach around the needs of people rather than rigid services, this will also save us money on the spiralling costs of temporary accommodation and help us keep the council tax down. Building our approach around people is important above all when it comes to ageing well. Cornwall's compassionate communities have shown just how brilliantly people can help each other to stay well at home after the last year. This goes to the heart of how we can help everyone live well for longer in their community and spend less time in costly care homes. There is no place like home. We have already seen how extra investment in renablement is helping more people go home after a stay in hospital rather than going into care, which is better for their well-being and helps us to keep our council tax down. We will invest in communities and we will support people to do more of what they love, where they live, and help each other thrive. Our focus on delivery is all about working with communities, and through our excellent local partnerships for health and well-being, local prize, enterprise and nature, the Team Cornwall approach is at the heart of our work with the local NHS and community partners to tackle the health inequalities that COVID has exposed. We can now add a strong political alignment between the Council, our Cornish MPs and the Government. From recent discussions with government officials, I believe that it is recognised that Cornwall can help provide a blueprint for devolution in rural areas bolstered by the strength of these partnerships, twinned with the new political alignment in order to accelerate Cornwall's recovery from the pandemic. That said, the next 8 months through to the council meeting in February will undoubtedly be challenging and will require bold and brave decisions that will need to be taken, and they will not always prove popular. However, we must have an organisation and a way of delivering services that is fit for the future. So retaining the status quo is not an option. We are not alone in being in that position, so there is a real opportunity for Cornwall Council to lead the way on the regeneration of place and the transformation of public services, providing a blueprint for other areas to follow. I don't want to sugarcoat those challenges, and I've asked the Council's directors team not to pull any punches when it comes to laying out the issues that need to be addressed by this administration. That means moving swiftly to improve the performance of Cornwall housing and take measures to address the housing crisis. It also means taking steps to accelerate the transformation of adult social care and encouraging the government to act swiftly in setting out how they will intend to reform the system of social care in England. I also want this council to make sure that basics are done well, such as the waste collection and customer services. It is equally important to ensure the community networks are delivering consistently and supporting local action, which will include introducing the 20-mile-an-hour speed restrictions if supported by that community. However, the overriding priority is the need to address the impact of the pandemic on the council's finances, which is well documented. As agreed at Cabinet last month, the recurrent financial implications arising from the pandemic will be addressed through the council's financial and business planning process for 2022-23, and there will be a greater focus on value for money. Furthermore, working with our MPs, we will be making representations to the government on the comprehensive spending review to make sure Cornwall has the financial ability to shape a new and sustainable way of living. That means providing a secure home for all with a decent income generated by turbocharging our economy. It also means creating a great environment that everyone can enjoy and supports our carbon neutral ambition. Crucially, given the impact of the pandemic on young people, it also means giving every child the best start in life. Central to all these ambitions is our pledge to support communities to thrive so people can look after each other and Cornwall ultimately becomes more sustainable for current and, more importantly, future generations. I'm asking you, let's all work together to make this ambition a reality. Thank you.
Leader, could you turn off your mic, please? Thank you. Agenda item 10.1, Capital Programme Update. I will ask Councillor Harris, as portfolio holder, who is joining us remotely, to speak on this item before asking Councillor Taylor to formally move and Councillor Ellenbrook to second the recommendations set out on pages 21 and 22 of the agenda. Councillor Harris, are you there?
I am, if you can hear me.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm just as sorry I will miss the cricket match this evening as well. All the stuff on the capital programme is set out in the agenda papers, but just a few comments. The capital programme is a long-term
You
programme
need to sit closer to your mic.
delivering on significant improvements, facilitating and enabling key projects for the council and the residents of Cornwall. The latest overall programme now totals over £1.4 billion and includes major planned expenditure of £533 million on homes for Cornwall through new and improved housing projects, including the Housing Development Programme and schemes within the Housing Revenue Account. £436 million on green and prosperous Cornwall through schemes which drive economic growth, support the development of renewable energy and environmental growth, facilitate our waste services, and help maintain our current environment assets. £328 million on connecting Cornwall with highways improvements and transport links, including those which are being delivered through the Growth Deal programme, and of course superfast broadband connectivity. Finally, £127 million on Healthy Cornwall, including giving children the best start in life through repairing school buildings and creating more school places across Cornwall. The report's recommendation is that the capital programme is uplifted by an overall amount for new schemes and additional funding that has been recommended by Cabinet, the Leader of the Council and the Strategic Director for Neighbourhoods for Inclusion since the capital programme was last approved by full council on 23rd March 21. This includes a reduction in the capital programme of just over £5 million for the Superfast 3 Inclusive Growth Project. The overall budget for the project is only reduced from 5.8 million to 3.8 million, with more emphasis being put on revenue expenditure to deliver the project rather than capital. Working collaboratively with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government as the managing authority for the European Regional Development Fund grant, a refocus of the project will ensure continued investment in digital infrastructure and innovation within the Cornish economy. There is an increase to the programme of just over £1 million for capital grant funding provided by the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy for the Social Housing Retrofit Accelerator project. The new grant funding will be added to existing pre-approved capital funding from the Climate Change and Renewable Energy Capital Fund and Housing Revenue Account budget to form an overall project budget of £5.3 million. This project seeks to address Cornwall's climate emergency as well as the economic recovery for Cornwall as a result of COVID-19, whilst delivering benefits for Cornwall council tenants who are seen to be the most at risk. There is an increase to the programme of £16.4 million of Cornwall Council match funding to enable the delivery of Cornwall's town deals projects and lever into Cornwall up to £88.7 million of government grant funding. The town's funds provide a once-in-a-generation opportunity to achieve significant positive and sustainable change in the four towns, Truro, Camborne, St Ives and Penzance, linking closely with neighbourhood plans and the Cornwall Local Plan 2016-30 and boosting the Cornish economy. Further additions to the capital programme.
Sorry about that. Well, we're going to move to Councillor Taylor to move the motion, or the programme update, and Councillor Ellenbrook to second, and then hopefully we'll come back for questions.
Thank you, Chair. I presume you want me to read out the recommendations? Thank you. We recommend that the Council's total capital programme be uplifted by 47.999 million as summarised in the Appendix 1 to the report. This is comprising of a reduction of 5.017 million for the Superfast Exclusive Growth Project, the subject of the leader's individual decision and recommendation on the 1st of June 2021. The formal acceptance of grant funding of 1.006 million for the Social Housing Retrofit Accelerator 2, Cornwall in brackets Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund demonstration, close brackets. The project is the subject of the Strategic Director for Neighbourhoods individual decision and recommendation of the 23rd of June 2021. Sorry if my voice is going. Point 4 is 16.422 million for the delivery of Cornwall's town deal, subject of the Cabinet decision and recommendation of the 23rd of June 2021, and for 35.588 million for the additional changes to the capital programme detailed in the Council Performance Report Quarter 4 2020-21, the subject of the Cabinet decision and recommendations of the 23rd of June 2021. Happy to propose the recommendations, Chair.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second.
Thank you. Dare I ask, are there any questions? And is Councillor Harris still with us?
Councillor Harris is still with you.
No. He's right. Okay. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Councillor Harris, I wish you well. David, I hope you get better soon. It's a shame you're not with us today. The housing emergency motions, which I know you've chosen, Chair, to choose one of the two put forward. The independent group's motion included suggestions of an urgent reallocation of resources in the capital programme to increase delivery of affordable housing and a significant expansion in the use of the investment programme to boost the housing development programme. Now, if I could, Councillor Harris, ask you to look at the portfolio Homes for Cornwall table, and if everyone wants to see these figures, what I'm asking about is whether Cabinet and the leadership are actually looking to reallocate capital to deal with the housing emergency. The figures I have in front of me show a very welcome increase in housing revenue account programme, but a huge 81% cut from 18.3 to 3.5 million in private rented accommodation by next year, a reduction of 54% in the Affordable Housing General Fund programme from 5.053 million to 2.639 million next year. And the Housing Development Programme, which I referred to, is due on these figures to go down by 84% from 3.892 million to 0.063,000. How can we square those capital figures with the housing emergency in Cornwall, and will you look again at these figures to see a greater boost to deal with the crisis? Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly. So I'm not quite sure which figures you were referring to me to. Are these the figures on page 30?
I haven't got the page, but it's the table, and it's the actual table called Portfolio Homes for Cornwall. It's this year compared to next year. Thank you.
The short answer to your question is this is something that's been looked at in detail in the MTFP. As Cabinet Member for Resources, I am working very closely with Councillor Monk, because we all acknowledge within Cabinet that housing is one of the most, if not the most important things this council has to deal with. So I can assure you it is being looked at. In terms of the pure numbers, it will be addressed within the MTFP.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Is there any... Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to follow on to that, because I have to say I'm quite dismayed by that reply. We've heard the word crisis bandied around quite a bit in relation to the housing situation here in Cornwall. The leader, I believe, mentioned it twice, if not 3 times herself, in her State of the Nation speech. And I cannot believe the figures that are being presented before us, because they absolutely, not only do they not represent a commitment to trying to address the issue, which everybody knows and is plain to all of us, not only here in the council chamber, but to every resident in Cornwall who may not be directly impacted with a housing issue, but they will certainly know somebody, a friend or a family member who is. And there is absolutely no commitment from this council in these financial forecasts to sort it out. In fact, they're going to make the situation much, much worse. And also, I can't swear 100%, but I believe the leader mentioned the next batch of bunker bins being provided. They're not bunker bins, they're actually housing provision for human beings, and they're bunker cabins. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I mean, the very simple response to the various points you've made is that, of course, all these numbers are brought forward from the previous council. You know, the council as it now stands has been in situ for, I'm not sure, 6 weeks, 7 weeks or something. I've told you very clearly that this cabinet, as an entirety, and I hope the entirety of this council, has housing as an absolute priority, and that we are looking at numbers within the MTFP. But I think to go on a political rant about numbers in here, when these are numbers coming from the previous administration, is just somewhat over the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. This report is about specific capital uplift, but I will allow Councillor Harris. So we're going to move on to Linda.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to respond to Councillor Dwelly and Councillor Andrew Mitchell. The point that Councillor Harris has made is we've inherited a serious problem, and the figures are based on the previous administration. But that's hopefully the last time you're going to hear that phrase from me, because I really hope that this council is going to work together to really sort out the housing crisis. There is nothing to be gained by making political points. We're talking about people's lives, people's futures, and I really hope that we're going to have a united effort to deal with the very sad situation that some of our residents are now finding themselves in. So thank you for that opportunity to clarify.
Thank you, Leader. Is there... I can't read that. Councillor Marrington.
Thank you. Coming into this new, I'd just like to say I didn't take that as a political point at all. I see it as this housing crisis that's hitting us now is something that's different. So I don't see that it's anything to do with the last administration or figures not fitting. But I think absolutely we should all be working together. But this is a completely different position we're in now. And I think my points I got from those two people speaking was just that we're all aware of what a huge problem this is. I don't know anything about the figures, but people obviously do. And I just hope that there's a commitment from everybody that it's really taken seriously. Because this is the pandemic, this is everything. This is not a political thing. Thank you.
Linda, would you like to sum up? Oh.
Did she speak?
Councillor Jonathan.
Thank you. So I just had a question to Councillor Harris. Is that still in order to ask? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Harris, thank you for your update. As a new member, I just had some concerns about the overall size of the capital programme going forward, and perhaps an update from yourself or comment on that would be welcome, especially for new members. Thank you.
Thank you. The existing capital programme now stands at £1.4 billion. Funding for this is shown on page 28 of your papers, with £770 million to come from borrowing. What worries me is that the council's gross borrowing at 31st of March of this year, and that's in the June cabinet papers, was over £900 million. So we're now looking at having total borrowings of over £1.7 billion by 31st of March 2025, which I find an absolutely scary figure, but that's what these forecasts are saying. So one thing we will be doing, and indeed are doing now, with working with officers, is instituting both a review of the whole programme and in particular a review of how the capital programme is delivered. We've all seen slippages in the capital programme in the past, and I want to understand why there have been these slippages. I want to review both how it's delivered and the overall size of the programme, because I as an individual councillor, I am worried when I look at total borrowings at £1.7 billion within 4 years. Thank you, Councillor Donington.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, you have an opportunity to sum up, or we can go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Harris for his presentation today. It is very clear. One thing you will get from us it's a scary ride, but we are going to be open and we are going to be honest. The recommendations have been read out, so I would like to move to vote, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to the vote. Those in support, please. Yeah. Okay. Those against? And abstentions? There's 3, 4 over the hand. Okay. So the vote is carried. Agenda item 11.1, reappointment of Audit Committee Independent Lay Member. I will ask Councillor Toms to move and Councillor McGowan to second the recommendation set out on page 35 of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I support Christopher Butters being continuing on the Audit Committee. He has already served 3 years, and in the original motion to have him on the committee, it was they gave an ability for him to extend that by a further 2 years, and that's what we're asking for here, and I propose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Happy to second this recommendation. I understand Mr Butters has added real value to the Audit Committee over the last 4 years with his experience and knowledge. And this continuation will maintain best practice and our constitutional compliance, and also provide consistency for new Audit Committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No. In that case, we will go to the vote. All in support? Yeah. The vote is unanimous. Agenda item 12.1, the Community Governance Review. I will ask Councillor Jordan to move and Councillor Wells to second the recommendation set out on page 41 of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Constitution and Governance Committee met, and you can see from the appendices that we did do quite a bit of work. And the recommendation to the Council today is, well, there's 3, that the deferred community governance review work, which was started in the last council, is carried on as set out in Appendix 1, to the report be completed within the timeline that we finalised at this first formal community governance review meeting of the Constitution Governance Committee. 2. Responsibility for the community governance review rests with the Constitution and Governance Committee in accordance with its revised terms of reference as set out in Appendix 4 of the report. The revised terms of reference for the Constitution and Governance Committee be approved. And I so move, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to second the recommendation of Councillor Jordan. I think it's important that the Constitution and Governance Committee considers these proposals in detail and makes due recommendations. Thank you.
And if you'd like to raise your hand if you have any questions. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I was on the electoral review panel in the last administration, and the amount of work that we had to do was quite substantial. I'm very wary of allowing C&G to take this on as a bit of a side project, because the pandemic meant we only could implement the easy ones, and all that's left are the really, really tricky, detailed ones. I spent a good 2 years travelling around Cornwall in public meetings with other members of the committee. It is a massive amount of work what's left to be done. And if I may, I would actually like to propose an amendment that we reinstate the electoral review panel to carry out that work, so the C&G can continue with the work it has to do.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Yes, Councillor Thomas.
Okay. Did I ask him? Are you formally seconding, Councillor Thomas?
Absolutely. Fully agree with what Councillor Frost has just said. I also travelled the Cornwall and did the same. I fully agree with what he's saying.
Councillor Fitter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to say, in actual fact, is that I understand entirely where the committee is coming from, that they feel that the commitment was made by the committee that was dealing with this in the outgoing authority. But I would caution about us undertaking this. There is no constitutional reason why we have to do this boundary review. And as has been indicated, the ones that are left for us to do are the ones that are really contentious. No one will be pleased about the outcome. It will set town against parish, parish against town. And I believe those communities now should be allowed to pause and have time for thought. And this is not the time now to suddenly engage in this boundary review, which is not welcome by the majority of the communities. It may be welcomed by people like ourselves, who are political anoraks, but the people of the communities out there, they don't want this at this moment in time. And certainly the ones that are left now, the boundary reviews that are left, are very contentious, and they will bring out a lot of animosity between town and parish. And I would urge, Madam Chairman, that this committee, this authority, this council say to this committee, please, at this moment in time, do not pursue this aspect of your work. Leave it in the long grass, leave it alone, and let the people of Cornwall recover from the COVID without the challenges of what will be presented to them should we go ahead with this review. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Fitter. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? In that case, I'll bring in Mel.
Good morning, members. Councillor Frost, so just to confirm that I've got your amendment is that the reinstatement of the electoral review panel. I wondered if you would be willing to add to that and to agree the terms of reference to reflect their role in the community governance review. It's just if that motion was carried today without that reference, there need to be a further decision of council on that. So I just wondered if you'd be happy to add that addition to your amendment, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to include that. Councillor Giles, if I may, I'd just like to respond to what Councillor Fitter just said, which in large parts I don't actually disagree with. However, we did make a commitment to those communities that did go through the process of submitting reviews that they wanted to their boundaries, I think we really shouldn't be in a position to be saying to them, sorry, there was a pandemic, so you're out of luck, you have to wait 30 years. We did make that commitment, and whilst I do understand the point he's making, we have made that commitment, and we should honour that commitment. It just, my view is that the electoral review panel should be the one to do it.
Right, okay. So we're going to go to Councillor Thomas. Are you happy with the amendment as it stands?
Yes, I'm happy, and I agree with what Councillor Frost has just said. That this was a commitment of the previous council to move forward with this. And whilst I respect Councillor Fitter's views, I think there are also very many communities who would like this matter dealt with.
Thank you. I'm told that Councillor Jordan would like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We did discuss this at length with the officers, and it was agreed that it would be done with great consideration to the towns and parishes. We are going to go out and talk to everybody. It's not just something that's going to be done off the cuff. We decided at the meeting that we would discuss this properly. If we've got to go around the county and it takes us until 2023, then that's what we will do. But we will deal with it properly, and we will take everybody's account into consideration. This will not be done something that will be just off the cuff and get it out of the way. It will be done properly. Thank you.
Councillor Wells, do you have anything to add?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd echo everything that Councillor Jordan's just said. I'm aware that the previous administration did make a commitment to towns and parishes throughout Cornwall to carry out this review, and I think we should honour that commitment. I'm aware that there are certain parishes that will find this very difficult, and I think we should be prepared to reject anything that does not meet wide public support, because I think that we should be trying to achieve consensus wherever we can. The point regarding the amendment is that the Constitution Governance Committee consists of 8 members. What the amendment seeks to do is to set up a subcommittee of another, perhaps 8 members, to carry out the work. To my mind, we've already got this work programme in front of us. All the amendment appears to be doing is to seeking different members to carry out the work. Whoever carries out the work is going to have a similar workload, I suggest. And I think that the Constitutional Governance Committee is in a position to carry out this effectively. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Frost if he would like to respond and then bring Mel in.
No, nothing more than if you're going to set up a subcommittee, then you may as well set up the electoral review panel and have them properly organised to do the job properly. That's it.
Mel, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I can do. So just to be clear, members, you're now voting on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Frost, seconded by Councillor Thomas, that we reinstate the electoral review panel and agree terms of reference to reflect their role in the community governance review. So through the chair, we'll now go to the vote on that amendment.
We're now going to ask for people who do support the amendment. So if you are for, please put your hand up now. And any abstentions? The amendment is lost. Should we go back to the substantive motion now? And Councillor Jordan to sum up. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We will take everybody's opinion into account.
Councillor Frost, if he wants to join us at a meeting and put his point of view, then he's welcome to do so. And the same with anyone else. We're not going to exclude anyone. This is about the whole council and about the whole county. And that's what will be considered with our officers who have a great knowledge of this, and we will move forward with this fairly quickly, but will be done in consideration of everybody. Thank you.
So we will go to the vote now for the substantive. So 4, put your hand up please. Against? No. And then any abstentions? So that's carried. Agenda item 13, motions. It's important for members to be aware that under Procedure Rule 12.3, any motions that have been moved and seconded stand referred to the relevant committee unless I exercise my discretion to allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting, at which it is brought forward, where it is considered to be convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business. I will confirm my decision on each of the new motions at the relevant points on the agenda. So, agenda item 13.1, Housing Emergency Declaration. In accordance with the Council Procedure 12.3, I am referring this motion to the Cabinet because the subject matter is one which comes within the function of the Cabinet. As per the Council Procedure rules, Councillor Martin, as proposer of the motion, now has 3 minutes to represent the context.
Before I begin, thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just raise a point of order? You said... Oh, sorry, I'm trying to read and stand up. These new computers are heavier than the old ones. You said before, if you consider it convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business, you could allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting. The version of the agenda I've got in front of me has another 3 words in there. It says, or sufficiently urgent. So it says, if you consider this matter to be sufficiently urgent, we can debate it here and now. Could you just clarify, do you think that the housing situation in Cornwall is sufficiently urgent for us to debate it today?
I've made my decision in accordance with the paragraph 12.3 of the Constitution. As this matter relates to an executive function, as confirmed, I am referring this matter to the Cabinet. As the Chair of the Council, I understand how important this is, I really do. And rest assured, this will be progressed by Cabinet and it will be reported back within the 6 months.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll take that you don't think this is sufficiently urgent to discuss today. So I think I get 3 minutes. I'll try my best. I might be slightly over. I hope you bear with me. So thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Dwelly.
Yes, thank you very much. A point of order just to ask you, Chair, about your decision-making on this and how you came to this decision. I know Councillor Martin worked closely with you to have a motion that you found easier to bring to the Chamber, fair enough, but that was on the basis that it would be debated and possibly sent to Scrutiny Committee. Now, Councillor Monk, who's the Cabinet Member for Housing, has described the situation we're in suddenly in Cornwall, as the perfect storm. So I'm echoing what Councillor Martin has asked, and I'd like to know why you decided not only not to have a debate on any housing motion today, but not to refer it to Scrutiny Committee. And can you please confirm clearly that it was your choice to do that, that you didn't have to, you could have had a debate today, you could have referred it to scrutiny? Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a point that I did not work closely with the writing of the motion from Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin and I did have a conversation, but I had no hand in how he wrote that, and he brought that to me. I have already responded to this. The Constitution is right in giving me the choice. I did actually have a meeting with the Vice Chair and with Mel and Anita, and it was discussed. It is an executive function, and it was decided that it did need to go to the Cabinet. So with that in mind, this was not going to go to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I will be not taking any more points of order on the same subject.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, but I'm tucked away behind the corner, but I was first to signal on this, and I have signalled my intention to wish to speak. Is that constitutional? It's a point of order has been asked for.
Mel, can you come in, please?
Members, I just want to be clear here. A point of order has been raised. That point of order has been addressed by the chair of this chamber. Members may not like the response to that point of order, but it's been formally raised, formally addressed on not one occasion, but 2 occasions. Therefore, the chair has reasonably said that she will not take any further points of order on this same point, because we are just going to go round in circles in terms of people not liking the response. The chairman has exercised her authority in accordance with the Constitution, which is very clear that where an executive matter is being considered, that this shall be referred to the executive, and that is within the constitutional provisions. It was within the power of the chairman. The chairman has already confirmed this will be referred to Cabinet. There's no explicit provision in the Constitution to refer to Overview and Scrutiny Committee. That is something that this chamber removed when this was reconsidered. So there's no explicit provision in relation to that, so that is not a possibility. So if I suggest, Chair, that we move to Councillor Colin Martin to propose what is a very important motion for this authority.
Thank you, Mel. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have got off on that foot. I just needed to be clear about why we're not discussing the motion in full today. But thank you for allowing me to present the motion. As I say, I'll be as quick as I can. And for choosing this motion ahead of the one that was chosen by Councillor Dwelly. I'm very grateful for the time that he took to discuss at great length with me and with others to find possible ways forward on the issue. I'm sure I speak for everyone in this chamber when I say we welcome the leader's commitment to ensuring that everyone in Cornwall should have a secure home. There may be differences of opinion on the best way to realise that vision, so this motion seeks to ensure that all views are heard, all options are considered, but the work of the administration is not delayed. The motion has 3 parts. First of all, it calls for the Cabinet to spell out the quick wins that can be delivered within the Council's existing resources. From my conversations with Councillor Monk, it's clear that he's hit the ground running and he's already made some bold commitments. So I look forward to seeing his plan in September, setting out how these actions fit together and how they measure up to the scale of the challenge. Because the announcements made so far are really just first aid. They may keep the patient alive long enough to get to the operating theatre, but without emergency surgery, our community is going to suffer permanent and life-changing injuries. The consequences are clear, but the root causes are complex. Many factors have led us to this point, and many tools will be required to turn things around. That's why the motion calls on the administration to listen carefully before it brings an action plan back to this council for our approval, not just to listen to the 87 of us, but to call for evidence from the whole community and above all to listen to their ideas. And I'm pleased from my conversations with Councillor Monk that he's open to doing that. There's no single silver bullet that will solve the housing problem for Cornwall, but if we can bring together the combined wisdom and ingenuity of the Cornish people, one and all, we will have the best possible chance of success. No doubt some of these suggestions will require new money and new powers from central government. Indeed, I believe the single biggest reason why governments of all parties have failed to solve the housing crisis over the past 30 years is that they've never given local authorities the flexibility to apply different solutions in different areas which reflect the different causes of their particular local problems. Our newly elected Conservative council leader has made a big deal about how a Conservative administration will be able to persuade the Conservative government to give Cornwall the tools it needs to fix the problems it faces. But I believe this issue is too big for any one faction of the council to fix alone. That's why the third part of this motion importantly calls for all of us to set aside our party politics and commit ourselves to working together to fix this problem. That's what it means to declare a housing emergency. Will this whole council get the chance to express its support for taking party politics out of the process of writing a housing action plan for Cornwall? Our constitution makes it very clear that the chair of the council did have the power to allow a full debate on the motion if she believes the matter to be sufficiently urgent. I'm disappointed that we haven't been able to do that. That's fine. I'm disappointed we haven't been able to do that, but I look forward to taking this forward with the Cabinet and coming back to the Council in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. That will bring that to a close. We are now going to adjourn for lunch. And I think that we've got the marshals coming back in to tell people to leave. So just if you just want to stay in your seats for just for a moment, then they'll come to direct you out. Can I ask members to take their seats, please? Okay, make it 1 o'clock, so I hope you've all had a good lunch and ready for the afternoon. So we move into agenda item 13.2, Cornwall Council to support the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill and Cornwall Council's declared efforts to combat climate change. In accordance with the Constitution, I'm using my discretion to enable this motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor George to propose, Councillor Whiddon to second, and then provide an opportunity for any of the supporters to speak before bringing in Councillor Gardner, who will be speaking in Councillor Alvey's absence. Councillor George.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. On a point of order, I understand I've had an email this morning. We've all had an email this morning indicating that an amendment has been proposed. I just wanted to understand, as a new member of this council, how that will be taken. The justification for the amendment being taken at such a late hour, and also to properly understand that amendment which effectively negates the substance of the motion itself and is perverse in that it calls for advocacy of a bill that has already gone through all of its stages in the House of Commons should be inserted as an amendment to this motion at this late stage. Is it correct that this amendment
Can I just
is
come
accepted?
in, please, because this is not the right place for you to be mentioning this. You're actually going to be speaking on your motion. I understand what you're saying. We will bring that point of order in at the right place in the meeting.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I beg to move the motion as before us today. Industrial trawling of the seabed releases more carbon than international aviation. Cornwall has the resource, talent, nature to help and lead the climate recovery. The Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill has been prepared by eminent scientists and academics to strengthen efforts to combat our climate and nature emergency. Of course, Parliament's commitment to achieve net zero by 2050, whilst welcome, they have not yet backed this with consistent action, and the government's own advisers, the Climate Change Committee, has described the government as making pledges without policies, and that is a committee chaired by former Conservative Environment Secretary John Gummer. The 2050 pledge has caused us all to fixate about a date, but the IPCC report in 2018 refers to a global carbon budget of 420 billion tonnes of carbon, and that it is, at present projections, destined to be spent by 2029, so action is required now. Yes, it's a presentation bill, but presentation bills have been successful in forging legislation before now. Yes, it's about Parliament and not about Cornwall, but Cornwall has a justification to make a strong voice because this chamber, this council, has set very high standards in its own affairs by passing its own motions and its own policies to set the very, very high standards of seeking to achieve net zero by 2030, and I commend the present administration for continuing with this. I'm sorry that Councillor Alvey is not here to hear me say that I very warmly welcome him to his appointed post. He has a very good reputation for standing up for the environment, and we all wish him well in that respect. I am disappointed, of course, that the administration seems to have tabled a negating amendment, not just on its timing,
but also, whilst the Environment Bill is, of course, laudable, it's insufficient. It separates ecology from the climate crisis. It removes essential references. It massively weakens our commitment
30
and
seconds.
sends a message contrary to the advice of the government's own Climate Change Committee. I'm disappointed, of course, that the government has reversed many policies since 2015, but pleased that we now have the Damascene moment where parties are coming together to fight for our environment. Motions like this have been supported by local authorities, including Conservative authorities at East Suffolk, Forest of Dean, Oxfordshire, Derbyshire, Basingstoke, even Devon have supported such a matter. So I urge this council to back this motion and to back a way of working together to support much stronger and more urgent commitments to address this vital humanitarian crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whidden.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that most people here appreciate how much damage our lifestyles actually do to the environment and the ecology. We take our clean air and fresh water for granted, and yet we have some of the highest polluted rivers and waterways around the world, and our seas are being trashed. We think that by recycling our waste, like we were hopefully doing at lunch, that mitigates the previously unthought about or unknown consequences of our convenient lifestyles. We think that the highly mass-produced food that we eat, which is shipped around the country, if not the world, is healthy, as I heard some people saying, just because it contains some fruit in a plastic pot. And we act as if our ill health, that I frequently hear people talking about in the corridors, is an accidental thing and not caused by potentially a high diet of television, easy transport, mass consumption of stuff, and atomised communities where it's easier to find somebody who agrees with you online than it is to actually engage in a really challenging conversation with a neighbour. I was taught about global warming when I was 13. I'm now 43, and I've only seen things get worse in 30 years. We've seen recently how some people who work for the oil industry admitted to having lied their way through many committee meetings. We behave as if the natural world is a resource to be used, and indeed people of faiths talked about the natural world in that way for a long time. But we should be revering it because we should recognise our role in ecosystems. Change is hard, I recognise that. We've made changes on the local council that I sit on by discussing the benefits it can bring. The Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill is a brief attempt to get people to start thinking about solutions that include a lot more people than the current Environment Bill does. And I'm not saying that we should not support or be happy that there's an Environment Bill, because it does many wonderful things. But do you know what? Big business do not want to see the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill because they're exempt from some of the things that are being suggested. Those who profit from the failure to correctly value fresh water and air because our economic systems do not consider those to be costs that are easy to quantify. Speaking as an economics teacher, I know that that's how many businesses operate. They do not have to pay for the pollution they cause. They do not have to pay for the air that they pollute. So those big businesses will not be regulated.
30 seconds.
The difference between the Environment Bill and the Carbon and Ecological Emergency Bill is that the CEE Bill will force solutions to be found that will bring about healthier, better lifestyles for this country, which I believe Cornwall is leading the way in. So I urge you, when the opportunity comes to reject the CEE Bill, don't see it as a threat to our lifestyles, but see it as an opportunity to have green growth and better jobs in Cornwall and beyond. Everything that we've got in our Cornwall plan is not going to be negated by the CEE, but by the Environment Bill, not enough progress is made, not quickly enough, and too many big offenders will be exempt from any regulation in that.
Thank you, Councillor Wooden. Okay, please, can any of the supporters now indicate whether they wish to speak? Councillor Hannaford and Councillor Dwelly, I have you on the list for later. Councillor Fairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In January 2019, this chamber declared a climate emergency. This was a result of a motion that I brought to Council, but many people contributed to that motion on that day, firstly for its formation and then during the debate. And I'd like to take this one opportunity to, please to take it, to publicly acknowledge Councillor Sue James, who was a driving force behind the motion, and I think perhaps didn't receive the proper acknowledgement or recognition she deserved on the day. The motion at the time attracted considerable public interest. I'm sure you'll all remember the public gallery at the time. And I was really pleased on the day to listen to the real enthusiasm in the chamber, to the point where a cross-party amendment actually strengthened the wording. And the fact that Councillor Alvey, who seconded that amendment, is now holds the environment portfolio, gives me great hope. It gives me hope that the ambition that we all supported that day will now be sustained. I fully realise that this will require a sustained budget commitment through the next 4 years, and I know how, I'm not naive, I know how hard those decisions are, but it also heartens me to see, and I think I'm right in thinking that all the present Cabinet also supported the motion on that day. So that gives me good heart as well. So this motion today offers a real opportunity, I feel, for this chamber, and I mean mostly for all of the new members who weren't here in 2019, to show Cornwall our renewed intent to maintain our ambition in addressing both the climate and, just as important, the ecological emergency. I hope members won't treat this as a party political motion. As the leader said earlier today, there's nothing to be gained from political points in this chamber, and we should all be working together for the benefit of Cornwall. Indeed, half a dozen Conservative-led councils, as far as I'm aware, have already declared their support for this bill. So by supporting this motion, we will stress to both our residents and to our government how importantly we take this in Cornwall and add our weight to the call for joined-up action on both nature recovery and carbon reduction, in line with much of the good work that this chamber has already put in place. I hope you'll consider supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fairman. Councillor Frank.
So, thank you, Madam Chairman. So, colleagues, in some ways, I'm really proud to be standing here today asking you to support this motion. I've been a member of the South East Cornwall CEE Bill Alliance Group for quite some time now, and protecting our precious planet is a topic that my young daughters and their school friends are passionate about. In other ways, though, I'm not proud. We shouldn't be in this position now. On the train on the way here this morning, I was watching a new video prepared by the National CEE Bill Alliance. It's called Our Greatest Challenge, and I can share it with members if they wish to see it. It talks about how the Earth's atmosphere is as thin as the skin on an apple. It talks about how we must protect the Earth or face devastating consequences. Your video this morning, Madam Chairman, talked about how the skylark has declined by 25% in Cornwall over the last 30 years. The video from the CEE Bill Alliance gives figures from the World Wildlife Fund that point to a 68% decline in the abundance of wildlife since 1970. We need bold, new thinking, something stronger than just promises. We need the bold, new thinking in the CEE Bill that has been crafted by eminent scientists. Now, sometimes the scale of all of this is so overwhelming that it's hard to know what to do, whether we're doing enough. I mean, I use bamboo toothbrushes, I go on litter picks, I do recycling rubbish, but is that really enough? Well, colleagues, voting today in support of this motion to support the CEE Bill is a simple action we can all take that will have an impact, and it will help Cornwall's wildlife be here for the next generation. Make Cornwall proud by joining other local authorities who have also passed motions in support of the CEE Bill. Authorities like Devon County Council, Penzance Town Council, Oxfordshire County Council, the Unitary Authority of Portsmouth City Council. As the video you showed at the beginning of this meeting, Madam Chairman, said, it's all connected. We are all connected, and we should all be proud of the action that we could take together today to help ensure our future. It'll help support the leaders' declared carbon neutral ambition, and it'll help our children inherit a planet that we want them to live in. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Frank. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo the comments that have been made by my previous councillors. The leader talked earlier about, in her State of the Nation, the importance and ambitions for Cornwall to be the first carbon neutral area within the UK. And with your selection of charity, Chairman, you clearly see the priorities in this really important area. Cornwall cannot go far enough or fast enough in trying to address and reverse the damage that we are causing to the environment and the biodiversity within Cornwall. And I would fully support this motion and hope other members do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. Councillor Jenkin.
Miraz, thank you. I've been involved in nature and looking after nature all my life. In fact, my Cornish bardic name is Mirchantir, which means daughter of the land, and I'm very proud that I have always understood that we need to look after our land and also our coasts and estuaries. We have a challenge. I was proud to be part of the moving of the amendment to actually strengthen our motion in 2019 to get Cornwall to net zero by 2030. That is a huge challenge. We can't wait till 2025 to do it. We have to be doing it now. We have to be having those actions now. And we need, as the leader said, to all work together to do that. It's not about politics. It's not about party politics. It's about the fact that our planet and our land needs us to all work together. This Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, known as the Climate and Ecology Bill 2, is a way of linking the two key challenges, which is ecology and climate. All of us will have seen climate changes, probably climate changes due to our anthropomorphic effects. We see our rivers becoming more flashy. We see them heavier rainfall over shorter periods. And we've seen that in Cornwall. Heavier rainfall over shorter periods on our farmers' fields wash sediment into our rivers, wash out sewers. We have a huge issue with contamination of our estuaries. None of our estuaries are of good enough ecological standard. We've got a housing embargo on the Camel catchment because of that. We need to act now. And we need to work with everyone else who's acting now to ensure that we have that linkage between climate and ecology and the fact that the ecosystems that we have in Cornwall can play their part in absorbing carbon. Our peatlands, on our uplands, our heathlands,
30 seconds.
our wetlands, they're all important and they are not something we can just fix overnight. We have to get on and start now. So please support this. This is not the same as supporting the bill that's already going through Parliament, which is basically enacting legislation which is reenacting legislation that was previously there from the European Parliament. This is different. This is important. This needs to be supported now.
Time.
Please support it.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkin. Councillor Hannaford, you asked to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So Parliament declared a climate emergency in 2019, as did Cornwall Council. I was very pleased to second that motion. And I had the great honour of leading on delivering the agreed motion and the action plan for the last 2 years. And I do know that Councillor Alvey will continue to build on that momentum generated. Although an ecological emergency was not called specifically in Cornwall Council, we always acted as if we had. Growing nature is essential, as we know nature is declining at an alarming rate. We need to take a more regenerative approach to looking after our world. So this motion seeks to call on government to emulate what we started here in 2019, supporting the Council's Pollinators Action Plan motion from 2016 and our nature recovery pilot that was championed by Councillor Nolan last year. It seeks to influence and inform government to show solidarity with those 110 members of Parliament across 8 political parties. Many other local authorities, hundreds of organisations and businesses have already signed up there, and there's local work as well, including the residents that greeted us today outside. So this bill was drafted by scientists, legal experts, ecological economists and environmentalists, and is designed specifically to reverse the climate and the ecological breakdown we're all facing. So emergency requires strong, decisive action. So this motion seeks to ensure that biodiversity actions are considered early in policy development and that these actions are embedded in the government's thinking in a cohesive manner, in the same way as they are in Cornwall Council. This has been the approach that the Council has taken, and I'm really pleased to hear the leader say that that will continue. And it's partly why we developed the donut economics-inspired climate change decision-making wheel to help us balance people and planet. This is not a party political motion. Climate change affects all of us without prejudice or favour. It's unfortunate, though, that sometimes the government does not always match their words with action and the speed of change required. And one terrible example is a decision by the government not to call in a decision to allow the opening of a new deep coking mine in Cumbria. The Climate Change Commission recently said this will increase global emissions. The bill requires the UK to take responsibility for its fair share of greenhouse gas emissions, to actively restore biodiverse habitats and to stop damaging our natural world through the production, transportation and disposal of the goods we all consume. Cornwall Council has always had this dual approach, so this motion calls on the government to take the same approach by joining up its actions to address both the climate and the ecological crisis. And I would add that the CEE bill is a different proposition to the Environment Bill, which strengthens it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halliford. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. I am certainly backing this completely. I think it's a great thing for Parliament to be doing, but I would like to say that in my experience as a councillor, I think it's important we focus also on what we do here as part of all this, so linking what's going on in Parliament with what we do. I don't know if Councillor Monk is still on the line, is he at all? So I think this is relevant to him. I was previously planning portfolio holder, and there are 2 matters I'd like some clarification on from him, if that's allowed. The first one I think he will agree with, which is that this administration will continue to push the climate change DPD, which I know many people across the chamber have voted for. I'm pretty sure that's a yes, but can we have it confirmed for the record, please, for the people of Cornwall? And secondly, and this is a very specific thing, Community Infrastructure Levy, SIL. We recently spent around £600,000 to £700,000 on SIL projects that were all about low carbon infrastructure. SIL will have another round later this year or next year. Would Ollie Monk please like to confirm whether he will continue with that commitment for SIL to be focused on low carbon infrastructure, or whether that is now under review? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly. I'm just going to take Councillor Toms a minute, and then we'll see if we can get Ollie on the line.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Although when you look at the global impact of climate change and you see that China has 18% of the population but creates 28% of the carbon. India has 17.5% of the population of the world, but only produces 7%. When you think that China produces
as much carbon as the USA and Europe together, you can see that what we do will pale in significance if we don't stop, as Councillor Whidden said, this mass import of stuff from across the world. We must learn to actually produce and keep it local, because what I'm going to say now people might disagree with, but the population of Cornwall since 2002 has gone up 64,000. The heating bills for the top range of costs in Cornwall are 7.5% higher than the rest of the country. The hot water costs per houses, 10% are in the highest bracket throughout the country. The impact of what we vote on today has got to consider one thing, and that is the people that are on the minimum wage. It is no good making electricity higher price and fuel higher price and everything else without also considering what people in that low wage bracket will do. I know people in my ward that actually burn pallets to keep warm in the winter. That is not ecologically sound. We need to consider this very carefully. I will vote for it, but be assured we must not impact on the lowest in our society, because if we do, they will rebel and just burn pallets and do whatever they need to do to survive. And that's what worries me, is we can do all this politics in the room, but actually we should be considering the people outside.
30 seconds.
Thank you for raising it, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Councillor Toms. I'm mindful I've just been handed a note to say that Councillor Dwelly, your question to Councillor Monk should come underneath questions to the Cabinet members. So we'll move on with, if there's nobody else that wants to speak, I'm going to move to Councillor Gardner. Oh, Councillor Fitter's got his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree so much with what this bill wishes to achieve and do. And I also agree with the very important words as spoke my colleague down in the bottom there, the Cornwall councillor for Lou. And I just want to say this, Madam Chairman. I've read through the paperwork very carefully, and it's all the things we want to do and what to achieve, and all the bullet points that are necessary to achieve it. And the one question I would ask is that as an authority, we should also be leading by an example and addressing anything that will hinder our efforts. And to that end, and this is not a political point I'm trying to make at all, but to that end, I would seriously ask every councillor to consider whether and does space tourism and Virgin Galactic space plan operating from Cornwall Airport help the efforts of the people of Cornwall to address the emergency that Cornwall Council declared. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Fitters. Anybody else wants to speak before I bring in Councillor Gardner on his amendment? Okay, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I've got absolutely no doubt that every single member in this chamber wants to demonstrate that they are supportive of the climate, of ecology and all other environmental factors. What we have to decide here is the most appropriate way to do that. Councillor Dwelly himself said just moments ago, we should be working with Parliament, working with government to actually make this happen. This council can show its commitment to the environment and ecological issues by supporting the Environment Bill, which has just reached the report stage. Therefore, I propose an amendment. The council resolves to 1. Support the Environment Bill, 2. Inform the residents of Cornwall of this decision, And 3, write an open letter to all MPs urging them to support the Environment Bill, or thanking them if they have already done so. The government says the main purpose of the Environment Bill are to transform our environmental governance once we leave the EU by putting the environmental principles into law, introducing legally binding targets, that is the key, and establishing a new office for environmental protection. We need to increase local powers to tackle sources of air pollution, protect nature by improving biodiversity and working with housing developers, extend producer responsibility to ensure a consistent approach to recycling, introduce deposit return schemes and introduce charges for specified single-use plastic items, and secure long-term resilient water and wastewater services. This council has already mentioned a number of times, has already declared a climate emergency, and is taking significant steps already to make Cornwall more sustainable for ours and future generations. This council's response to the climate emergency is underpinned by the Comprehensive Action Plan, which was overwhelmingly agreed already on a cross-party basis during the previous administration, including by several people who have already spoken here today. The administration has already made the commitment to continue on the ambition to be Cornwall to be net zero by 2030. We need to not write to government MPs about a particular issue. We need to work with them, working with our 6 Cornish MPs and our Conservative government to actually shape and evolve this new environment bill. The Environment Bill will help with the manifesto commitment to be the most ambitious environmental programme of any country on earth.
30 seconds.
It's part of the wider government response to clear and scientific case. It's a key vehicle for setting out bold vision for the 25-year environment plan, and it brings about urgent and meaningful action. It is by far the most appropriate means that this council has to show its support to the environment by backing a piece of government legislation, not going down the route of a private member's bill. This has the most chance of success and the most chance of getting our backing in Parliament and the backing of the public.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Donathorne, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'd like to second the amendment tabled by Councillor Gardner and speak for just a few minutes to outline the reasons why. But before I begin, I want to challenge the premise that by voting in favour of this amendment, that you're perhaps less serious about tackling climate change and biodiversity loss. That simply is not true, and I welcome Councillor George's welcoming of the fact of the 2050 target in the Environment Bill. This amendment supports the Environment Bill, which is world-leading in its measures to tackle climate change, reduce plastic use, and protect nature and habitats. And I have 2 substantive points I want to make on this amendment. One, first, in terms of the timing and the scope of this amendment. The simple message of this amendment is that we understand this climate and ecological emergency is time critical. We need to act soon. And that is exactly why I second this amendment and don't support Councillor George's motion, because it doesn't make sense. His motion is calling for the Council to back a private member's bill that has not even yet reached second reading in Parliament. Instead, this amendment supports the Environment Bill, which has already received extensive legislative scrutiny, including 261 days of committee time. And that is why we should work clearly with our members of Parliament and stick with this world-leading Environment Bill to rise and meet the challenge of this vital issue. Secondly, relating to that, we should work with our MPs to develop and strengthen the Environment Bill. I was not part of the previous council, but as a resident then and a member now, I very much welcome the declaration that this council made previously to declare a climate emergency. And I, for one, will certainly continue to work with our Cornish MPs, including our Secretary of State for Environment, to strengthen the Environment Bill. For my part, I see the target to achieve net zero by 2050 as a ceiling, not an aspiration. But we do not make the case for working smarter and faster, not just to meet that target, but exceed it by giving up on the bill or moving to support a different bill that hasn't reached second reading in Parliament. And I'm sure I can speak on behalf of all members, we would all welcome further measures to build upon the measures, legally binding measures, to tackle illegal deforestation, to enhance net biodiversity gain, and to reduce plastic use and consumption. The way that we tackle the existential crisis that is climate change and the loss of biodiversity is to back the amendment, operate within the scope and the powers of this chamber, and work closely with our MPs, whose job it is to develop and strengthen the Environment Bill in Parliament. And I would commend the amendment to members. Thank you.
Councillor George, I'm going to bring you in now.
Sorry, could I raise a point of order, please, Madam Chair?
Okay, we need to go to Councillor George's point of order first. Okay, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. So the point of order is under 14.6 of the agenda, section 6, that is 14.6 under amendments to motions. And it clearly states in the Constitution that amendments can be made to motions, and the amendments can leave out the words, can insert words or add words, as long as the effect of those words does not negate the original motion. And the original motion is about the CEE bill. The CEE bill and the Environment Bill, both laudable, but they're not the same thing. So by substituting just those words for the CEE bill really does negate the whole substance of the motion.
I'm just going to bring in the monitoring officer to clarify.
So good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, ex-chair, on the other side this time. So I just wanted to confirm my advice in relation to this. As you know, part of my role is to be an independent, integral role to the conducting of this meeting. So my advice to Chairman, as the previous Chair has helpfully pointed out, is in relation to the Constitution under 14.6, words can be added or deleted, and therefore this motion meets those requirements. It deletes some words and it adds some additional words. It is correct to say that in the Constitution that it does say that any amendment must not negate the motion. And I have considered my advice around this and concluded that the proposal for the amended bill does not negate the motion. And also I am assured members through the debate by the proposers and people supporting that bill with statements such as the amendment will weaken the motion and the proposer's bill strengthens the environmental bill. So there is a clear collaboration between those two bills. I'm satisfied the amendment is acceptable, and that's the advice that I've provided to the Chair in relation to this, which she has accepted. So that's my response to that point of order, Chair.
Councillor George, would you like to make a comment on the amendment?
Thank you. Thank you. Presumably I don't get an opportunity to summate on the motion as a whole. I am very disappointed at the cynical attempt to wreck this motion today. It's quite clear what the intent of the motion is. A presentation bill is what I, as a former member of Parliament, fully understand it to be, and that is to forge the way for future legislation. What is proposed here today is to replace a commitment by people in the country, including Conservative-led local authorities, to set high standards, because we realise that the 2050 target, okay, you may meet it, but we won't meet the carbon budget on the way. We will already have expended our carbon budget by 2029. I've explained that to this chamber already. The matters are serious. Yes, the Environment Bill is laudable. I think that Councillor Donaldson said it would be perverse to give up support for the Environment Bill. It doesn't. I mean, we're not proposing, there's nothing in the motion to suggest that we're withdrawing support for the Environment Bill. Councillor Gardner says that the Environment Bill has just reached report stage. It's gone through all of its stages in the House of Commons. It's got to the report stage, in the House of Lords, which is a revising chamber. This bill is going to be enacted. Thank goodness, it's been 3 years in the waiting. So thank goodness it is coming through. But it only provides a framework. As Councillor Jenkins quite correctly pointed out, what it does is it brings into UK law regulations which we had signed up to as members of the European Union. Now, it also fails to provide additional teeth that is required on the environmental protection body. It fails to make the essential linkage between nature conservation and climate change. And it fails to make important references to the Paris Agreement and a number of other references which are important in the delivery of the kind of climate that we are all working and fighting for. So the purpose of the bill which I have proposed that we support here today, the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill,
30 seconds.
That has been presented by eminent scientists and academics. They wouldn't have brought it forward if they didn't believe that the Environment Bill was sufficient, or they felt that it was sufficient, in delivering the kind of objectives and outcomes which we're all fighting for. And unfortunately, what we're going to be doing today is perversely saying that we're going to be lobbying MPs to support something they've already supported and have no further opportunity to give support to. I mean, how perverse is that? It then provides, I think, sufficient evidence that this is a cynical, wrecking motion, which I think that the Conservatives, we should be working together as parties. And the message from the Chamber today is to the people out there is that the Conservatives are going to treat public concern with the environment cynically. And I think it's a really detrimental step for this Chamber. We should be working together.
Thank you, Councillor George.
We should be backing this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Whidden.
Thank you. I just find it really interesting, and I'm more of an optimist. I think it's just a misunderstanding, potentially, about how much further the CEE bill goes. And the wildlife trusts that we saw the video of at the beginning, your charity chair, they also think we should go further. And on the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health, there are 7 different organisations who, as I do, celebrate the acceptance of the Environment Bill, but say it doesn't go far enough. We need to limit rise to 1.5, and we're being negligent if we don't. And as I mentioned before, the Environment Bill does not include large infrastructure projects in its target setting, and it does not have enforcement powers. And I wonder, do we really want to make changes, or do we want to see business as usual profiting from destroying the environment? The wildlife trusts, I repeat, reject the Environment Bill as going far enough and would like to see the CEE go further. Who doesn't is big business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whidden. Councillor Dwelly.
Oh, someone else. Oh, it's on. Right, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, what a shame that we've gone straight into party politics. Why are the Conservatives literally using this opportunity to bring Whitehall's message to Cornwall and not Cornwall's message to Whitehall? Now, you don't have to be... You don't have to stop being Conservatives and take a view that you want your government to go further than it has already said it will. We're not here to dispute the Environment Bill, that's fine. Cornwall is setting an example. We've got a DPD which you and your colleagues, or many of you, actually backed, which puts us ahead of many local authorities. So I don't think it's wise for the Conservatives to be out there being seen to be breaking up the consensus, and that's what I fear you're doing. So I would ask you, please will you withdraw your amendment? It doesn't make sense. It's been made very clear. It doesn't actually, it's not logical. The thing's already gone through the House of Commons. So writing to our MPs to ask them to do something they've already done is simply odd. So could you please withdraw this amendment, get together with all of us in a cross-party coalition, if you like, that we in Cornwall want to go further on this and not just do whatever Whitehall is up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly. Councillor German.
Muraz Kadouras, I'd just like to seek your guidance, Madam Chairman. I'll let the monitoring officer guide you first. I was just going to seek your guidance, Madam Chairman. Are we at the point in the debate now where we are debating the amendment and can ask questions of the amendment?
That's exactly what I was just told.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Gardner, can you confirm that you said that in the environmental bill there would be targets that were legally binding? Yeah, and are those targets legally binding in the environmental bill in the same way as the fixed-term Parliament's bill was legally binding? Thank you.
I'm going to leave you to the end. Councillor Kirkham.
We set very high standards in this council. We were the first large rural authority to declare a climate emergency in January 2019. Virtually the whole chamber was behind that, particularly the Conservative Party. Councillor Alvey seconded my climate emergency amendment. I'm quite surprised that Councillor Alvey isn't here at the moment. I'm not quite sure why. But we have set those standards, and it is therefore our duty. Everybody has explained why this CEE bill goes further than the Environment Bill, and that the Environment Bill is now in the House of Lords. What is stopping us making this jump, going further? That's what we have been doing as Cornwall Council with our climate change DPD, and with the way we have pushed this issue further and faster than anyone else. I would appeal to the Chamber to back the original motion, and not this amendment.
Is that all the speakers on the amendment? Okay, Councillor Gardner, I'm going to bring you back in, and perhaps you could explain where Councillor Alvey is this afternoon.
Yeah, as explained at the start of the meeting, for those who were present or listening to Councillor Alvey when he explained, he's actually at an environmental conference this afternoon representing the leader at a meeting of the 100 leaders of councils around the UK who have signed up to a climate emergency, which is why Councillor Alvey can't be here. I'm sure he would have loved to be here. Just want to clarify a couple of points, if I may. First time I've spoken in the chamber, newly elected sort of councillor, didn't expect that I would get people being rude to me, but hey-ho. But I want to also clarify a couple of points. Councillor Whedon thought I'd misunderstood the CE. I haven't misunderstood. I guarantee I know exactly what it says. I have read it from cover to cover. So I just want to put that out there. I actually started my amendment by saying we have to work together. Not at any stage did I say, let's not work together, let's form party policies or whatever. I asked us to demonstrate our commitment to the environment by going with whatever sort of stage of legislation you say that piece of government legislation is at, as opposed to a private member's bill introduced by the single MP from the Green Party and that hasn't yet had proper scrutiny. We could argue all day about this set of scientists says this and this set of scientists have backed this report or this bill in exactly the same way as we get on the news every single night when different scientists all of a sudden are the main expert on COVID, and I can listen to one report one night about a scientist that wants to open up and one report on the same night by a scientist that wants to shut down. So saying one group of scientists is more eminent than another group of scientists is just wrong. The premise of this is that we have, and I said from the start I wanted to demonstrate my commitment, as other councillors do, in the most appropriate way. And the most appropriate way is for us to get behind this piece of government legislation that is ready to go, and I cannot understand why that's unusual.
Okay, thank you. Councillor German, you've already spoken.
Muraz Kadouras, I just wondered if I could get an answer to my question. I'm very sorry if Councillor Gardner feels that anyone was rude to him. Perhaps the monitoring officer could clarify whether she felt that that was the case. But in terms of responding to my question, I'd like a response. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
I think I'm being asked to answer a question on a previous government law, which we're not here to debate in the chamber right now. It's got absolutely nothing to do with Cornwall Council, because I could bring around numerous examples of other policies which parties have changed. We're not here for that. It doesn't matter. We're not here to have cheap shots or little digs about party policies. We're here to debate this motion and this amendment, not talk about fixed-term Parliament bills.
Right, we're going to move to the vote now. We're going to move to the vote, as I'm told by the monitoring officer. So we are voting.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Point of order. I've been waving for a while.
OK, Councillor Jenkin, you may speak, but we're going to have to come back then to Councillor Gardner again, because he is the last one to speak.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to come back to Councillor Gardner, because I'd like him to withdraw his assertions about scientists. I am a scientist. Scientists work by a particular process. It's not about belief, it's about science. And we need to be here following the science. And I do think that to say that some scientists are right and some scientists are wrong is not the way to look at things. What we need to look at is the actual facts here. And the actual facts here are that the government bill is going through government. We don't need to support it. It's going through. What we need to do is push it further. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I thought it was a point of order. Is that normally point of order? I'm new to this council, but normally a point of order quotes a particular rule. But you know, on the science thing, I too am a scientist, by the way. I have a master's degree in marine biology, so I'm not sure what the point is.
I used my discretion to allow Councillor Jenkins to speak because she hadn't spoken.
Can I point of order?
What is your point of order, please?
Thank you. My point of order is that Councillor Gardner said that he wanted us to all work together, and on that basis, would he not? Is it not possible?
That's not a point of order.
Well, my question to you, Madam Chairman,
it's not a point of order.
Is it possible to amend the amendment to include both bills? Then we're working together. Is that not a solution?
Okay, the monitoring officer said we are dealing with one amendment at the time, and we've discussed the amendment that we're going to now vote on. If that falls, then we will discuss further. So we are now voting on the amendment, and to be quite clear on that, I'm going to hand over to the monitoring officer to make sure that the wording is correct.
So just to be clear what you're voting on, members, as this is in relation to item 13.2 on your agendas, and the amendment is that under subsection 1, replace Climate and Ecology Emergency Bill with the Environment Bill and the deletion of subsection 4. So we're now voting on the amendment, members, in relation to those 2 points. So I'll hand over the chair to take the vote.
Can I have votes for? Yeah. Votes against. And that motion is carried, so it becomes the substantive motion. Right, tell me what to do next. Councillor George. No. Councillor George has an opportunity now to sum up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Climate Change Committee, Lord Deben, John Gummer, who I think many of us know, chaired by John Gummer, said that the UK's climate credentials, this is in a report just last month, the UK's climate credentials are marred by uncertainty and delay. Strategies have missed the mark. Every month of inaction, it is harder for the UK to get back on track. The PM's 10-point plan was an important statement of ambition, but has yet to be backed by firm policies. Now, the fact is that the Environment Bill, as I think we've all said, laudable as it is insufficient to deal with the urgency of the climate catastrophe which is facing the planet at present. The United Kingdom, absolutely correctly, everyone has said, is leading the way, and so we should. And we should be setting the highest possible standards. And we in Cornwall have a voice that actually is heard, not only because the G7 came here, but also that we have set high standards as a council in setting a net zero by 2030 and pursuing policies to achieve it immediately. So we have the moral high ground to make the points which I believe need to be made. It is a regret that Councillor Gardner has said that he wants us all to work together. The way, if he felt that the Environment Bill should be referred to in this motion as an alternative, the way for us all to work together is to have that as the anchor piece of legislation, which I think we're all satisfied with, and then add the additional embellishment of the CEE bill as a means of achieving the framework objectives set out in the Environment Bill. Without the CEE bill, the Environment Bill is simply a set of principles and ambitions which cannot be achieved. That's the whole purpose of the CEE bill. And as Councillor Jenkins quite rightly pointed out, it isn't that there's a disagreement amongst scientists. It was very interesting that we had a debate about the motion that I put forward. No one stood up and argued against it. And yet we're in a position where it's just been removed from the motion. A bizarre, perverse situation.
30 seconds.
No one has argued against it whatsoever. So I would still urge the Conservatives now, because I think it's going to be very embarrassing out there in the public domain after this debate, when people realise what has happened today, that they think again about this. Follow other Conservative-led authorities around the country that have backed motions very similar to this one. Like John Hart, the Conservative leader of Cornwall, of the Devon County Council, who has written to all of the local MPs urging them to back the CEE
Councillor
bill.
George.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to vote on the substantive motion, and I will refer to the monitoring officer for clarity.
Madam Chairman. Sorry.
Councillor Hannaford.
Is it possible to raise an amendment to the substantive motion to call on us to support both? Because that would seem the best way forward and would demonstrate that we are sincere and want to work together, because I think both motions have merit. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
So, Chairman, if I may just check with the proposer and seconder there that the amendment that's been proposed is the addition of the word in climate and ecology emergency bill, and will be the only addition because environmental bill has already been approved. So that is the proposed amendment, Chairman. I don't know if you've got any speakers on that amendment or whether it's straight to the vote.
Councillor Kirkham.
Sorry, I was just going to second the amendment, but it's already been done by Councillor McKenna.
Councillor Twelly.
Thank you. Could we please have a recorded vote for this? Thank you.
Councillor Giles, sorry. Can I speak? I have my hand up. I didn't notice.
Do apologise, Councillor Bunny.
That's okay. No worries at all. So I'm Councillor Bunny, and it's the first time I've spoken in this chamber. And to be honest, I haven't been hugely impressed the whole way through this debate, and that isn't a point directed at any particular area. I really feel that we're in a 1945 moment here, where there is a huge responsibility on us to genuinely work together. I think the amendment that's just been suggested to support both bills, because both bills are laudable. I absolutely appreciate that political parties want to support the bill, that they're doing a great job. You know, the Environment Bill is the best piece of legislation that had come forward until the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill. So let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's let future generations of Cornwall and the world know that we didn't play silly party politics about writing letters to different MPs. Our MPs should be supporting both of these bills. We have an enormous responsibility to deliver a fundamental reconfiguration for the environment, for the globe, and for the people of Cornwall. Let's pull together on this, and let's set a standard for how we're going to work together for the next 4 years. Support the amendment, support both the bills, write to our MPs, and let's get the real work of delivering the real changes started, rather than silly discussions.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to Councillor Dwelly. He would like a recorded vote. This requires a third of the chamber to agree to that. So we're going to go to the vote. Anybody that... Pardon? Do we have to... Oh, they prefer you to stand up if you would like a recorded vote. Okay, so we're going to have a recorded vote. Councillor Dwelly, would you like to sum up on your amendment, please?
I don't think I need to. I only to say, please, can we have this recorded so everyone knows how we voted? Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. So I'm just going to read out your name, and if you can confirm for, against or abstain. I do apologise if people have left.
Sorry, could I raise a point of order? Sorry. Is that only about the order. Shouldn't you go to the proposer of the motion to see whether he takes that amendment on board first?
Councillor George, would you be happy to accept the amendment?
Well, as I kind of proposed it in the first place, yes, I'll certainly support it. Yes, thank you.
And for no, I've got to. Councillor Whidden, are you happy to support?
Yes, I am.
On what basis would you like to speak?
I'm just going to ask, if I may, that because we've got quite a new councillors here, that there's a very clear understanding of what particular amendment or motion we are voting on, please.
Yeah.
Right, so just to explain what's happened today, members. So what we are voting on now, so an amendment was proposed by Councillor Dwelly, that the words, Councillor Edwina Hannaford, and I believe seconded by Councillor Dwelly, that stated that the... Was it you? Councillor McKenna, apologies. I don't know how I got the two of you mistaken. So it's been proposed and seconded. The proposer of the substantive motion has taken those amendments on board, and that's been confirmed by their seconder. So we are now going to vote on the substantive motion as amended, which, just give me a second, members. I want to be really clear on this so you're clear on what you're voting on. So, what you're voting on now is that where we've got reference in your original papers to subsection 1, that's replaced with the Climate and Ecology Emergency Bill and the Environmental Bill. There is the deletion of subsection 4 and all the others to remain the same. So because the proposer has taken that amendment on board, there's no vote on that second amendment that was put forward. It's been incorporated to what's being proposed by the proposer.
Madam Chair, I've got a point of order. We've just voted on an amendment. I've had that amendment now just changed by the proposers, and we're saying we're not going to be able to vote on that. That becomes a substantive. Surely we vote on the amendment to become the substantive, and then we vote on the substantive. We have not voted to amend it back to something different now.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm afraid that because the proposer and seconder of the original motion have taken that amendment on board, that it does not require a vote because they are proposing and seconding the motion. So we are going to be voting on now the motion with that amendment included in it, as I've just set out to you all. So if we have no more speakers, Chairman, I suggest we go to the vote.
Madam Chair, sorry, I just need to be totally clear. I'm a new councillor. So you're saying in this chamber, someone can table an amendment, have that voted on, and then the original proposers that may not like that amendment can just change it again, even though the council have voted on it?
Councillor, I do apologise, but unfortunately there is no limit to the number of amendments that can be received on a motion. It will always come back to the proposer and the seconder of the motion to determine whether they accept. So when you proposed your amendment, we went straight to the proposer to see if they would accept that. It was quite clear it wouldn't be accepted. We received a further amendment. We've gone straight to the proposer to see if that's accepted. That has been accepted, and therefore that becomes the substantive motion that you're now voting on. So, Chair, if we can go to the vote if we have no other speakers.
Okay, so for clarity here, we are voting on Councillor George's motion with Councillor Hannaford's amendment. Does everybody understand that? Yes. Lovely. Okay, those four. Oh, that's you.
So just to be clear, as the amendment is taken on board, this motion will either be carried or lost, and that's the end of the debate on this item on the agenda. So as I said before, members, if you can confirm for, against or abstain, and as I've said, I may not have everybody's apologies on here, so if I read the name and not here, I do apologise. So I know Alvie isn't here. Arthur? Against. Barnes? For. Baston?
Against.
Bunny? For. Channon?
Against.
Chopak? For. Clemens? For. Cole?
For.
Conway? Against. Crabtree?
Against.
Craker?
Against.
Cruz? Abstain. Dorr? Against. Desmond?
Against.
Donathorne?
Against.
Double? Against. Dwelly? For. Ellenbrook? Against. Ewart? For. Fairman? For. Fitter?
For.
Foreman?
Against.
Frank?
For.
Frost?
For.
Gardner?
Against.
George? For. German?
For.
Giles?
Abstain.
Glasson? Guest?
Against.
Hannaford? Harvey?
Against.
Jenkin? Jewell? Jordan? Keeling? Kirk? Kirkham? LeBroy? Lennox Boyd? Long? Luke? Maggle? I don't know how to say that, apologies. McGowan. Sorry, I'm having a moment. Hot flushes up here. McGowan. Marrington. Martin. McKenna. McLenning. Andrew Mitchell. Moorcroft. Morgan. Maud. Musto. Nolan. Jane Pascoe. Lionel Pascoe. Painter. Pearce. Perry. Rich. Rogerson. Rouse. Rushworth. Sawnby. Seaver. Sherfield Wong. Sodhi. Taylor. John Thomas. Mike Thomas. Tilby. Tivnan. Toms. Towell. Tudor. Ver. Whedon. Wells. White. Whiddon. Williams. Worth. If you just give us a few moments, members, and we'll collate those totals. Okay, 33 for, 39 against, 5 abstentions. The motion is lost. Moving on to agenda item 14, questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that the Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes will be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of their questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question you wish to ask so that the Vice Chairman can make a note of your name. Each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question based on the original question or the response. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council and the specific remits of the Cabinet portfolios. I would ask that questions and responses are kept as brief as possible so that as many members as possible have the opportunity to ask their questions. Members may only put a second question if all members who wish to have had the opportunity to put their first question. I would also appreciate it if, as far as possible, members refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside of the meeting. Any questions that cannot be dealt with during the 60 minutes can, of course, be raised with a Cabinet member outside the meeting. Today, I will be starting the questions with Councillor Harris, who is joining us remotely so that he is able to leave the meeting afterwards. After that, I will ask for questions to the other members of Cabinet. So, any show of hands for questions to Councillor Harris? Right, so no questions for Councillor Harris. So, what does that say? So, Councillor Jordan, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is Councillor Monk. Is he on the line?
Ollie, are you with us?
I think so.
Yes. Good afternoon, Councillor Monk. My question refers to PA 21/01827, which is a pre-app, and it's to do with Penhale. And in my youth and early 20s, like many youngsters, we spent many weekends with the Army Cadets, Sea Cadets and as such at Penhale Camp. Given that the last planning application was strongly opposed by local people and rightly turned down by this council, but overturned by the Minister, what will this council's stance be this time in respect of this unique piece of Cornish habitat that is bursting with protected species like bats, choughs, that are now making a comeback on this part of the coast. And butterflies, namely the big blue butterfly that was extinct in Cornwall for over 50 years. I also believe that badgers, foxes and hedgehogs have made this very special place their home. If this application is permitted, how can we properly protect these rare and very special species? Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Monk, would you like to reply?
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Jordan. I think any area that's of outstanding natural beauty and has any specific wildlife and unique wildlife should be protected at all costs. I'm not aware of the actual planning application, although I am aware of the actual piece of land that you're talking about, and I do realise there was a previous planning application made upon that land. If you email me the details, I will try to get a detailed response to you, but I wouldn't like to prejudge any sort of application until I've had a good look at it and weigh up all the pros and cons for it. But I'm very mindful for your passion to protect wildlife at all costs.
Thank you. Have you got a supplementary? Okay, so we'll move on to Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. It's Ollie as well. So I'd like to thank Councillor Monk for the briefing on first homes, which are soon going to be expected on new developments. As we're all aware, this council already promotes discounted sale affordable units, for example, expecting 3-bed properties to be sold at 105,500. But first homes will only have a 30% discount, and there is a cap for £250,000 for an affordable home. Apparently, we're going to be allowed to seek a bigger discount, but that's a long process through the local plan, which could take years. So for now, the government's telling us we should be doing affordable homes at, 150, 200, £250,000. I'm sorry, but making affordable housing less affordable makes no sense to me. So will the administration be looking to make representations to central government on behalf of us all to ask them to think again? Because this surely doesn't work for Cornwall.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Cole. I believe that this council should encourage as much affordable housing as possible, and I am aware of the first home schemes, and I'm aware that in some instances the discounts could be up to 50%, but I'm not 100% clear on the terms and conditions of it. I would like to see this council take all reasonable steps, and if it can give grant funding to help people get on the property ladder, then I believe we should do so. We all know housing is in an absolute crisis moment, and given the ability of local people to be prioritised and given a help on the housing ladder should be one of our top priorities.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, could you turn off your mic, please? Councillor Cole, have you a supplementary?
Yeah, I'll try again, because obviously the local model that Cornwall Council has been promoting for many years is based on local incomes. So what is affordable is based on what we feel local people can afford. That's not the case with this new model. So I would welcome an assertion that this council will actually have make representations to the government to say, guys, you've got it wrong, please think again for Cornwall's sake. Is that possible, Councillor Monk?
Yes, but by all means, Councillor Cole, when we have the figure of what the typical amount is that a startup or a key worker can afford to buy, we need to actually build the homes that fit in with their affordability and what they can actually purchase. And I will more than happily make representations to the Minister that we need to build the homes in that price bracket. As long as we can get the quality and energy efficiency done, I see no reason why we shouldn't aim to build homes for the pockets of the earnings of the people of Cornwall.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is for Councillor Desmond. I'd like to congratulate on your elevation to the role of portfolio holder for transport, following on from Jeff Brown. I have heard anecdotally, and I must stress as anecdotally, that you have indicated your reluctance to sign off on traffic calming devices, also known as speed bumps. Can you confirm that this is totally erroneous, not true, and that you will be agreeing to traffic calming devices, also known as speed bumps? Thank you.
The issue of speed bumps, as you describe them, others call them all sorts of other names, some are quite unmentionable, is an emerging policy which I'm working on at the moment with officers. My personal inclination is to remove them. I consider them to be a danger to the health of those who have to live and work in the vicinity of these pieces of hardware in the infrastructure. They have been assessed at some length by Imperial College in London, and with the support of NICE, they've been declared as a major source of pollution and contamination and ill health to particularly students at colleges and at schools, where these measures have been introduced with the completely understandable desire to try to control speed, but they do the opposite in terms of creating a healthy environment for the students and others in the vicinity of these pieces of infrastructure. I think we need to look at this in the round. So within my policy areas, I'm looking at two themes, connectivity and quality of life. And the issue of pillows falls within the quality of life theme, where I'm looking to see us adopting healthy streets, living streets, making the pedestrian and the users of the streets far more the focus of our attention when it comes to mitigating the risk of speeding traffic by looking at measures which involve use of signage and control measures and cameras and enforcement, rather than using physical pieces in the landscape. More to come once the emerging policy has been reviewed, and we'll see how we bring this forward at a later date.
You have a supplementary.
Just a very basic one to follow on. I thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to have a supplementary question. So, in terms of your view and emerging policy on this, Councillor Desmond, if it were a question of your view and listening to other opinions about this and the advice of your qualified highway engineers, can you confirm that you will be listening to the highways engineers? Because I think many of us in this chamber will share similar views that traffic calming devices are not always the best. I have mixed views, but I have the feeling that if a traffic officer, if a highways officer feels that it is appropriate, would you agree that he or she will trump that particular situation and you will follow their professional engineering advice?
The simple answer is no. A highway officer is not going to dictate what I think is going to be a wide-ranging discussion and involve all sorts of experts. A highways officer is not the right person to be making a judgment call on this at all. There are environmentalists, there are planners, there are the people who suffer from the pollution of vehicles stopping and starting, the tyre debris, the exhaust fumes, the brakes discharging vast quantities of highly dangerous heavy metals. So we look at this in the round, and a highway officer is not going to dictate to me what should be a policy. It is far too restrictive to think that you can rely upon an expert when there are so many with divergent views and so many other experts who have a view to express on this matter. So I'm sorry, I can't support your assumption that some godlike figure with a transport title is the person to decide what should take place.
Councillor Mitchell, now I believe, is it Councillor Mitchell that's on with online? No. Oh, that, right, okay. Councillor Mitchell, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, the original Councillor Mitchell. So, there has been much talk, there has been much media attention, there has been much heartache by the residents of Cornwall, and particularly those who cannot find a suitable place to live, not even get a home. They just, and it's not even affording rent in Cornwall at the moment, it's trying to find a house for which you can't afford the rent on is now impossible. So, in a recent TV interview, Councillor Monk, when asked is there a housing crisis in Cornwall? His reply was, of course there is. The leader has stated, I think again it was 3 times this morning, a housing crisis. So my question is, and opportunity is for the leader. So I think it's absolute bunkum that we have a housing crisis here in Cornwall. We have a housing emergency. A crisis you have a small or long build up to, the crisis happens and it goes away. We have an emergency, a long-term issue that is here to stay with us in Cornwall and the residents of Cornwall for months, if not years to come. So I am more than happy to go on the record saying that I will work with this authority, any other body, to try and overcome the issues faced by many, many households. So will the leader take the political opportunity and receive all the political kudos and here and now declare a housing emergency in Cornwall?
Thank you, and I hope that Councillor Monk will have the opportunity to respond after I've finished. I think I want to be really clear. We've got a housing crisis, and it hasn't just happened in the last few weeks. Unfortunately, there has been a build-up. And we did our best, and I admire the council last year for doing their best in trying to find everybody a home or a roof during COVID. But that wasn't ideal, but it was a short-term measure. We've entered into the summer season, and we have now found that at the start of that summer season, those providers, those emergency providers, quite rightly wanted to go back to their traditional business, which is providing accommodation for visitors. So we were then faced with the task of having to remove people from the emergency accommodation and then trying to find somewhere to give them a secure roof, trying to find somewhere to give families somewhere where they can cook a meal, trying to find somewhere where individuals and families can feel secure for at least more than 2 to 3 months. We have got a housing crisis, and I want us to recognise this. And I think the majority of people in this chamber will recognise that we've got a housing crisis, because I'm hearing from my own group that it is not unusual, unfortunately, for them to be getting telephone calls from residents where they've been asked to, they've been served eviction notices. Now, you know, there's other factors that come into that, but what Councillor Monk, when he has the opportunity to come in a moment, we're absolutely committed in wanting to provide a safe and secure environment for residents and for families to live in. We want to give them the assurance that they are settled in that particular area and that they don't have to think about moving. We want to give them the assurance that they've got a longer term tenancy. We are not going to solve this overnight, but I hope Councillor Monk can come in and give you an indication of some of the plans that we are making to deal with a housing crisis that we do have in Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Monk, would you like to reply?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your question or statement, Councillor Mitchell. It just takes me back to the day that I got re-elected and was knew that I was interim housing and planning cabinet member, and I realised the enormity of the issue that we had in front of us. And the very first thing I did was send Councillor Andrew Mitchell, as the outgoing portfolio head, an email asking for some guidance and help and where they were up to with various projects and stuff, just to sort of get myself up a few rungs on the ladder so I could hit the ground running. And sad to say, I've not had a response at all until today, where he decided to come on and say everything's an emergency. So I wish he'd replied to me 3 or 4 weeks ago, or 5 weeks ago, when I initially got the job, and maybe we could have been a little bit further on than we are. The problem I've got with an emergency is it takes resources away from the actual front line. I want every officer that there is in housing at the moment to be on the front line finding beds for people right now, not writing dissertations and planning committee meetings for the convenience sake of meeting a load of councillors who wish to solve the problem, which we all do. We all know we want to solve this problem, and we all realise there is a proper crisis right now. So I don't see what extra declaring an emergency will do apart from taking officers away from the front line. which is the last thing we need to be doing right now. So where we're at right now is we are looking to house 1,000 people who are in temporary and emergency accommodation by the provision of more temporary and emergency accommodation that is not hotels or B&Bs. We need to own this provision so people can stay there in the short term while we build out and accelerate the housing building plan. And that's exactly what we're doing. And in the meanwhile, we're providing a report that will go to scrutiny committee for everybody to have a look at and get a proper idea of the supply and demand issues that exist today across Cornwall. I was very, very shocked that one of the first things I've realised is that I saw Bude and Councillor LeBroy was on the news last night in Bude showing some of the issues they have up there. You would think that in Bude you would know exactly how many people are on the home choice register, how many people were families or single people, how many people wanted council properties, wanted to buy properties, and you would also think that the council would know or have a very good idea about what the likely supply of housing was going to be in the next few years, be it council provision. So we've got 30 seconds, be it council provision or anything, but we don't know that. There isn't a clue. The information exists in different bits of the council, but not in one specific place. The report that will present in front of scrutiny will give us a snapshot or a view of all of Cornwall and the provision needed exclusively in each different area, so then we can design the supply for that. So that's what we're doing with the report itself. And if someone asks me another question, I'll be able to expand on my answer because I've run out of time, I think, on this particular bit. So the emergency and temporary provision is the most important thing that we've got to deal with right now to get these 1,000 people out of temporary and emergency accommodation and at the behold of hotel providers.
Thank you, Ollie. Next councillor to ask question. Oh, sorry. Supplementary.
Thank you. So I'll give Councillor Monk an opportunity to have another 3 minutes. I'm sorry I didn't receive that email. Up until last week, I had real issues with my IT provision, and I'm sorry that I didn't hear that. I'm also sorry that he didn't bother to ring me. I'll be free an hour after this council meeting when I get home, and I'm free all day tomorrow if you do wish to talk sometime, and I'm more than happy to discuss proposals. Accelerated housing delivery won't be accelerated enough. That is not the answer or the solution. I understand that we do have two separate things. You do need sort of immediate and you do need longer term. We also need to find out and have some officer input, and you have a fantastic professional team underneath you in the housing department. I can vouch for that. We do need to know, is this the new norm for Cornwall? As we see, hopefully, COVID disappear, are we going to see demand for homes and people moving from London, Birmingham, Manchester, and desiring a lifestyle where you hear holiday makers galore, certainly in St Ives, walking along Wharf Road saying, I came down here to get away from that. It's still here. In fact, it's probably more here than it is wherever you've come from. So we do have a load of issues. I'm more than happy to talk and work with you. I've stated that. I'm sorry I didn't get your original email, but I'd be more interested to hear in the next 3 minutes anything you do want to say. Thank you.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Mitchell. And I'm sorry I didn't receive my email as well, and I will get in touch with you over the next few days. So yeah, so our approach is obviously a multi-faceted approach to this situation. The situation that we face is pretty dire. The private rented sector, the rents have gone up in the private rented sector by 15% in a year. The demand has increased by 115%, while supply has reduced by 42%. So when Councillor Mitchell mentioned the new norm, which is quite right to do, we all are expecting it to get a little bit better after the summer season, but not that much. We think there's been a seismic shift in the housing demand in Cornwall, and clearly we need to accelerate and find every single way possible to provide as much housing for local people as soon as we possibly can. And that's what we're doing right now. We're looking through Treveth and through the housing HRA account and through the teams there is to buy up and provide as much housing as we can. And then in the long term, there's quite a lot of housing developments that are starting to commence now and will start to build out. However, they will take time. They will not be instant overnight fixes. We're going to look at building in town centres, unlocking that previously commercial space above retail units, and then look to increase the densification in other town centres. But again, that's not going to fix the whole problem. We're going to have difficult decisions to make if we want to build the houses for Cornish people in the areas that they want to live. There's lots of towns in this county, lots of areas who just simply want housing for local people, but they won't accept it anywhere. And each one of us is going to have to take a long, hard look about the provision that we provide. And there will be some difficult choices about where we site this provision in the future. I'm looking forward to putting the report in front of scrutiny, detailing the supply and demand, and hopefully we can get a cross-committee working party full of all interested parties. Councillor Colin Martin mentioned much earlier in today's meeting, and I've had a very, very encouraging conversation with him, and I hope he gets involved in the working party that we hope to set up, because he's got some very, very good ideas himself about collecting information from the public about all sorts of aspects to do with building. So in the short term, it's the emergency provision, and that's what we're desperately trying to turn out as quickly as we possibly can. In the medium term, accelerate the house building that we can, and then in the longer term, look to engage with local commercial builders and get them building houses that the local people of Cornwall need. But it's going to take time, and there's going to be difficult choices to make.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Moving on now, we've got Councillor Clemens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Councillor Mould. Going back to the recycling bins that we spoke about earlier, it's one of the things that since I became a councillor, and even before that when I was Mayor of St Just, when the recycling bins were removed, there was an uproar. I have heard a rumour recently that there was a suggestion that they might be coming back, or a possibility. I was wondering if you could confirm to me, if a community did want their recycling bins back, who would pay? And would it be possible to get an update of proposed costs at the next council meetings, and also availability, please?
Yes, thank you for your question. We are looking at the issue of recycling, of replacing the bins in the council car parks, as I stated earlier on. We are working with one particular town at the moment to see how that could be rolled out. And we're looking at the thing a whole across the piece. And we have got a waste briefing next Friday, when I hope we can bring more information to you all to have a clearer view where we would like to go. As for the costings, we need to look at all of it. This does need to be value for money, and some councils will want them, some councils won't. And we really do need to address this issue of misuse and fly tipping that very often accompanies these bins, not everywhere, but in a large majority of cases. So yes, we will, and until we've actually gathered the evidence and sat down and worked out how it goes, that information will be following on. Thank you.
Councillor Cummins, have you got a supplementary?
If I may, please, Madam Chair, would it be possible for you to advertise the fact that you are considering this to the network panels? Because I know there are a lot of communities that would be interested if they knew it was happening. I only heard by chance. Thank you.
I'm very keen that lots of things work through the community networks, and I think that's absolutely the right place for this to be moved through. So when we have the information to be fed down, I would expect that for it to be a place to be passed along. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LeBroy.
Thank you. First, if I may, a little bit of news for Councillor Taylor, that families in temporary accommodation don't often have the luxury of 2 or 3 months between knowing where they're going. It's, in my patch, 2 or 3 days. But anyway, never mind. My question is for Councillor Monk, please. Will Cornwall Council urge government to change its decision to reject higher council tax on second homes, for example, by allowing Cornwall to introduce a supplement of up to 100%, or perhaps even more in the worst affected communities, in a system similar to that used in Wales?
Councillor Monk.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Broy. That's exactly one of the recommendations that we're going to make. and take to the MPs to try and get legislative change up in Parliament. I think the ability to be able to identify second homes and then charge them a premium on their council tax is vital to try to deter so many people from having second homes. And at least if they do have a second home, they know they will pay a penalty or a surcharge to come and live in Cornwall, and that money can then be used to future provide further accommodation for people, for local people. So I'm very much in agreement with that particular point of view, and it's something that we're actively working on with the MPs. I know two of the MPs are supportive of it, and I've not a chance to speak to the other ones about it at the moment. And I hope that they will agree with me, and we'll be able to take this further to Parliament to try to get the legislative change that is needed. And the other benefit of that as well, of course, it will sort out the perennial waste issue that we've got. If people are paying council tax on their second home, we can collect their waste, and they won't be able to yank the chain as they are doing at the moment. And just before, I've still got a bit of time, just to save Councillor Dwelly being able to ask his question about the DPD climate change bill and the SIL money. I can just reassure him that there is no intention to change any of those elements.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. I am mindful that I have a lot of speakers and only half an hour to get you all in. So if you could sort of like make sure that things are concise, that would be really useful. I've got... Pardon? Oh, blimey. Would you like a supplementary?
Well, yes, thank you very much indeed. Now you invite me to, I would. Thank you. So, Councillor Monk, would you be prepared to also extend this to include a deeper examination into the principle of registering homes as businesses, please?
Yes, of course. Again, this will be coming forward, and you're welcome to attend at the scrutiny committee in September. It will be part of the report. Any ideas that can increase the ownership of housing in Cornwall by local people will be welcomed.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. To ask the Cabinet Member for Economy, one of the reasons why I decided to stand to get elected to this chamber in the first place was to ensure that more younger people can stay in Cornwall to be able to afford the houses, to find good jobs so that they can afford to stay down here and make a life for themselves down here, something that I'm sure all members across the chamber would agree with. So can you outline intentions that you will be working on to make sure that we do as much as we can to make Cornwall a place that younger people who are either born down here or move down here with their parents is a place for them to stay here to either study, live and work? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donathorne, for your question. As I said before, the main drive that I want to achieve over the next 4 years is to create and increase the opportunities for younger people and older people by improving the economy and bringing the jobs that we need, that Cornwall desperately needs. And in all the years I've been in these chambers, that's been one of the main topics of conversations, that we need higher wage jobs. We've got great potential coming, especially with the spaceport and renewable energy, offshore wind, and all the benefits that can bring here. I think it would have been a lot easier had the last administration supported the prospects of a free port, because that would have given great benefits to the to businesses to come and relocate here. And of course, we now have the competition that might happen in Plymouth instead of coming to Cornwall. One of the other things, as has been mentioned before today, is that lots and lots of people are migrating to Cornwall now, not for second homes, but to actually live here and have jobs in where they lived before and still retain their jobs. In St Mabon, we have the 151 officer for Hampshire Council now living and working in St Mabon, and he travels back once or twice a month for meetings, and this is happening all over Cornwall. So I've been talking to the officers, and we're developing a plan where we can reverse that so that we can start to open up centres or a centre in Cornwall where the local Cornish people can come and train and learn interview techniques and give them an opportunity and invite firms down here so that they can employ Cornish people but the main business will still be anywhere else in the UK. So we want to reverse that trend so that people don't have to do that. And of course, especially in the digital and renewable energy sectors and of course space sectors, if those people can then start getting on jobs up country, when we do develop them down here and we start becoming the centre for those industries, they'll have had experience and then can come and join into the Cornish jobs. So yes, very much on my mind, and that's my main drive in the next 4 years. Thank you.
Do we have a supplementary? Next on my list is Councillor German.
Yoras Cadores, thank you very much. So my question's for the leader, but I'd like to start by saying that I wish you and your administration all the best in delivering on your promises in tackling the climate, ecological and housing emergencies. And certainly if you want to work across the chamber, I'd be very happy to do so. Post-referendum, the Prime Minister said that the UK would work with our friends and partners in Europe. I was therefore very surprised at the decision to withdraw membership of the CPMR. We're all very well aware of the pledge to withdraw from the Brussels office, but the withdrawal from the Conference for Peripheral Maritime Regions came as a surprise. This is where we forged many of our bilateral relationships. I was also surprised when you said that our fishing industry was getting all of the support that it needs, because talking to our industry, it's certainly not how they feel, and the crisis with shellfish exports still is ongoing. However, I'm pleased that you've said that you'll continue those bilateral relationships. Can I ask, therefore, how your meeting went with the President of Brittany, Louis Chesnay-Girard, or if you've not yet met, when will you? Thank you.
Mike Leader.
Thank you, Councillor German, and thank you for your warm wishes. When we as a country left the European Union, or we did the referendum in 2016, that was a clear message that we were putting our strength and our trust in the government of the day. When we were out canvassing for the elections in May the 6th, it was absolutely obvious to so many people, they couldn't understand why we still had a Brussels office open and why we were not putting our trust and our faith in our Conservative government. And we said right from the start that we were going to be closing the Brussels office, and obviously we were going to totally be dependent on any discussions, any legislation coming through our 6 MPs, leading through to the Prime Minister. This is why we have democracy. This is why we have a UK government. And without stating the obvious, so many people in Cornwall absolutely admired that forthright approach, which is why we're here in numbers. It was one of the contributory factors. I personally have not had any discussions with any gentleman from Brittany. And I'm not aware that I am due to have any discussions with any gentleman from Brittany. But if I do, I would always welcome a dialogue with anyone. But my first port of call are going to be my 6 Cornish MPs plus the Conservative government. Thank you.
You have a supplementary.
Yes, I do. Thank you. You were quoted on the record as saying that you wanted to continue bilateral relations, and obviously we have the Memorandum of Understanding with Brittany. So I'm surprised if you're now saying that you didn't want to do that, and extremely disappointed. So the offer was made by the President of Brittany to meet with you, and my supplementary question is, likewise, through the Conference for Peripheral Maritime Regions, we built up a strong relationship with Wales, and the First Minister of Wales has offered to meet with you. So has that meeting taken place? If not, when will it? Thank you.
So one of the good things of a good administration is the ability to talk to anyone who's going to bring benefits to Cornwall, and especially to the people and the residents of Cornwall. So if I get an invite to talk to somebody, I will do. But I haven't had that invite yet. But if I get an invite, I will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Being a new councillor in South East Cornwall, I'd like to ask Councillor Desmond today on transport. Does Cornwall Council support the A38 road safety emergency that's been declared on the 4th of July this year by the Safe 38 committee? And that is in South East Cornwall. Thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you for your question. Thankfully, it's one that I prepared for. I prepared for about 8. I wasn't preparing for the speed bumps. But in terms of the Safe A38 declaring a road safety emergency, I am aware of the call for this to be announced by the campaign group, Safe 38, under the chairmanship of James Millage. And it concerns specifically the Saltash to Trarulfoot section of road, where there's been a call for a bypass for as long as I can remember, and I've been using that road for about 40-odd years. I understand that this is potentially being looked at by Highways England, but ultimately the responsibility for the A38 and what happens to it is with the Department of Transport, unfortunately not with us. It's a trunk road. And of course, I have an interest in seeing that they pay their way as far as the Tamar Bridge is concerned, which at the moment is provided to Highways England free. Our MP, Cheryl Murray, has been very active on this matter, and I think it's something that we need to take very seriously. I'm sympathetic with the aims of the campaign group. Tragically, the rate of those killed or seriously injured along that particular section of road, the Trafalgar to Saltash length, is far greater in proportion than other trunk roads throughout Cornwall, and probably throughout the whole of the southwest. And it's one which is a combination predominantly of road safety behaviour by drivers of vehicles, because the road itself is potentially unsafe. Speeding and lack of concentration on driving is exaggerated, and there are consequently quite a lot of accidents that take place. The two issues that need to be considered, therefore, are an immediate matter, and that is the road safety, and the second is going to be an investment in what we do over the immediate to longer term. And on the one part, the immediate safety issues is something that we can work with fairly quickly. And that will involve us coordinating an action with the police and the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner to ensure safe driving and enforcement. And I believe it's a crucial step in bringing these authorities together initially and then moving on with the support of the campaign to our members of Parliament and to government to invest in upgrade. I propose representations are also strongly pursued through the Peninsula Transport Forum to ensure that we have coordination with other highway authorities who want to see investment in the A38, and of course it provides a powerful route for dialogue with the Department of Transport and Highways England.
Thank you. Moving on, we've got Councillor Fairman. Sorry, Councillor Fairman, just 1 second. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Worth?
No, thank you, Chair, that's fine.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So, my question's for Councillor Ellenbrook. Afternoon, Barbara. Congratulations on the post. I apologise for not giving you forewarning of this question. I was waiting responses from officers, but I understand if you don't have all the answers to your fingertips. So you'll be aware of a recent press release detailing wellbeing boxes to schools, which were resources to support the mental health and wellbeing of children to help them explore and grow and develop their emotions. I'm sure you're aware of the programme, at least. What you might not be aware of is the delivery contract of these boxes to schools was awarded to a firm out of county, and this firm then subcontracted the work back to several self-employed local people, and they're still waiting payment after 3 months of presenting their invoices. Were you aware of that, and would you be happy to meet with me and look into it?
Thank you, Councillor Fairman, and thank you for your question. I am sort of aware of this, she says, but what I would say is that what we will do is, I understand that you are already in contact with the people who make all the payments and everything within the council. What I will offer to you is, as I would to any member who's got any questions for me, either in this chamber or outside of the chamber, what we'll do is we'll set up a meeting that we can actually see if we can sort this all out for you. Okay. Watch this space, I think.
Yeah, thank you. No supplementary. Thanks for your reply.
Next one is Councillor Barnes.
So my question is to Councillor Ollie Monk. Do you agree with me that registered social landlords should work within a framework where they treat their tenants with respect, fairness and dignity? Where this doesn't happen, are you able to pledge that you will seek a solution to ensure that tenants feel that they have been treated fairly? When the RSLs seek to justify their actions by naming this council as a partner, will he ensure that the no surprises policy is enacted? Strategies that encompass all of Cornwall is one thing, but when put into practice, they come down to individuals. Local people must be treated as individuals that need to be respected and supported. Local members need to be involved so that they can help resolve issues before they become a crisis, which some residents now find themselves entangled in. And finally, when will the inquiry into the RSLs take place, please?
Councillor Monk.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barnes, for your questions. With regards to the inquiry, I'll have to give you a written response into that, as I'm not aware of the exact detail. The role of the providers. All providers should be able to provide a decent service and with this, and provide it with decent standards to look after the actual tenants and make sure that their needs are met. As one of the fundamentals of them being able to be a registered provider. So I'm a little unsure as to the report that he's referring to. So rather than say something that's fundamentally wrong, I'd rather be given a little bit of time to just get up to speed on that, and then either arrange a meeting with him or reply to him via email, whichever one he wants to do at his choosing. I'm sorry, I can't give a more detailed response to that question.
Do we have a supplementary, Councillor Barnes?
Not so much a supplementary, but my reply to his reply is I'm willing to meet him as and when I can by any means possible.
Thank you. Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. No surprise, it's another question for Councillor Monk. 2 years ago, this council committed to enforcing covenants on properties sold under right to buy legislation in Cornwall. Some warnings were sent, but as far as we're aware, no action has been taken. Could the portfolio holder confirm that the new administration will be continuing with this policy and taking the appropriate enforcement as a matter of urgency?
Councillor Monk.
That you get obviously with buying a council house, and I guess I'm not 100% sure on the detail you refer to, but I guess what you're getting at is people have been selling on their properties or renting out their properties when in violation of their terms under the right to buy scheme. The whole right to buy scheme is something else that I think needs looking at. I know it's the cornerstone of definitely of my party's housing policy, has been for many, many years. And I believe that no stone should be unturned with regards to housing and the right to buy and the whole system under which it operates. I believe that we should be looking at anyway and seeing whether it should be tweaked to better reflect the housing need in Cornwall.
Do you have...
But with regards... Sorry.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Yeah, it was particularly about X right to buy properties being let as Airbnbs. We have quite a few across Cornwall that are, and as HMOs. I actually missed the beginning part of your answer there, Councillor Monk. I think you might have been on mute, so I couldn't hear what you said in the beginning.
Okay, you probably didn't miss anything important, but with regards to the right to buy, any instances where people are subletting their properties as Airbnbs or subletting them to other people or holiday lets, it's not to be encouraged at all, is it? It's something that shouldn't be happening. We've got a housing crisis. We've got thousands of people who need homes, and people shouldn't be letting out their rented properties as a cash cow. We need to ensure that doesn't happen. And if you have any instances of that, I'm more than happy to have a discussion with you. And if you've been talking to officers, then please include me in those conversations. It's something that we shouldn't be allowing.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful that we have 7 speakers and just under 15 minutes. Councillor Fitter, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's a question to Councillor Desmond. Councillor Desmond, in view of your comments just now, sir, which I applaud, that management must manage, and so with a firm hand you will take the policies and take the decision to deliver the policy. But to that end, sir, could you advise me what will happen to the local members' highway schemes which came in the last administration, which I'm sure you are very much familiar with, sir, which in the case of some community network areas have till not yet been completed or indeed fully delivered. And some of these schemes will include the very thing that you've now said that you don't intend to allow. So I just wondered what advice you will be given to those members who are going to be affected by your decision. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Fitter. Good to see you back in the chamber. And so elevated. This is another one of those questions I hadn't properly prepared for, but I've got 7 more if anybody wants to raise any other issues.
I have insomnia tonight, I'll give you
That is an excellent question, because it's one that's causing me quite a lot of concern. And to be quite serious, it's a matter that comes down to a bureaucratic failing. The scheme is important. All members who have access to the scheme through their networks should recognise that there are problems, and it's down to bureaucracy. Just to give you an example, just to get a TRO through the system, there are 12 to 15 steps, and it can take up to 50 weeks for the concept of a yellow line going in before it is delivered physically on site. And that is outrageous, and I've been in touch with my officers, and I've challenged them to reduce that timeline by at least 60% and to see action taking place as rapidly as possible when a decision has been made that scheme should be enacted. That's the first thing. The second thing is the way in which we are going to be looking at the disbursement of the funds which are made available through the network. Now, I can't commit myself, much as I would like to, but I can tell you this, it is an emerging policy. My favourite phrase, it's an emerging policy, and there are 3 or 4 ways of dealing with this. But I'll tell you this, subject to the policy being reviewed and enacted by Cabinet and through full council, my favoured route is that each member is allocated a sum against the monies allocated for the community highway schemes. And that way, we ensure that there is a far more equitable involvement in the way those funds are dispersed, and that you, as a member, will have some say in how that particular allocation benefits your community and the wider area that you might represent through the network. I'm sorry I can't be more detailed, but I hope that's helpful.
Do you have a supplementary?
With your permission, Madam Chairman, very quick, just to say to you, sir, I thank you for your answer. Would you be able to indicate that those schemes which may well fall foul of your quite right decision you've made, will you be able to assure us that the money that has been allocated for those schemes will still remain in the pot and can be spent in the lifetime of this administration? Thank you, sir.
Yes, indeed. And if I have my way, that pot will actually grow. But again, let's see how the policy evolves, and I'll come back to you. But I want you to be aware, every member to be aware, that this is an important issue that needs to be grasped and dealt with in an efficient, business-like way, cut out the bureaucracy, give Cormac Solutions the opportunity to get in and do the work with vigour and enthusiasm, which I know they're capable of, and to ensure that you as members, with your money, can see the results of what you are seeking for your communities.
Thank you. Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is for the leader, and it's very similar to Councillor German's, but from a slightly different perspective. And it's about the withdrawal from the Cornish office in Brussels, but particularly the Conference for Peripheral Maritime Regions. So for context, for members that may not have heard of that, CPMR represents 24 states and hundreds of regions, and not all of them are members of the EU. Some are third countries, like the UK. So I certainly acknowledge that we have left the EU, but we haven't left Europe, and it does not mean the cessation of trade. So a means for businesses to gain assistance by talking with potential European trading partners, developing and sustaining markets, and understanding EU and UK regulations will be important to Cornish businesses. So my question is, did the leader consult with business groups like the Cornwall Chamber of Commerce, the Cornish Fish Producers Group, Federation of Small Businesses, and other business organisations before making her decision? And if she didn't, is the decision premature before the full implications of withdrawing are understood from a business perspective?
Thank you, Councillor Hannaford. The decision to close the Brussels office and stop the subscription to the Marine Periphery was taken as a manifesto pledge. It was very clear. It was very clear in our literature in relation to the Brussels office that this is what was going to be happening. The Marine Periphery Conference is a talking shop. It has no legal status anywhere within the UK government. And the decision was that, once again, for people who don't seem to understand, we've got 6 Conservative MPs, we've got a Conservative government. And if we're going to have those discussions to get the best for the residents of Cornwall, that is the course we'll take. We'll speak to our own individual Conservative MPs, and they will be knocking on Boris's door. So I didn't consult, but in any discussions I've had, it's been very clear about the Brussels office. And as I said, it's a talking shop, no legal status. So I took the opportunity to regain and have engagements with our 6 Cornish MPs. That's what they're there for. They're here to represent the people of Cornwall, and that is what they will be doing going forward with this new administration. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. I don't recall seeing withdrawing from CPMR as being a manifesto pledge. I certainly saw withdrawing from the Cornish office in Brussels as being a manifesto pledge. So, you know, I can sort of accept that. But when 38% of Cornwall voted for the Conservative Party, that's not everybody. And, of course, winning an election doesn't mean that you end engagement with people and with businesses. So does the leader think that perhaps that this is not the best way to see what businesses think and what would be beneficial to them? As in my experience, businesses are tending to be left their own devices to find their own way through it, and that's why Councillor German, the former leader, was really welcomed his intervention to try and find a way through and not using government. So does the leader think this is the right way to conduct business and support Cornish businesses?
Councillor Hannaford, I think you said something quite symbolic there that Councillor German chose not to use the government. That could explain why there are now so many of us here, because the people of Cornwall want us to use the government. And so if I can continue, please. Thank you. The Brussels office was a manifesto pledge. I've had lots of discussions about the intention of the Marine Periphery Conference that has no legal status and is just a talking shop. And any opportunity I've had, I've always made it quite clear that we will be not using those services. In relation to the comment about the economy, we've made a firm commitment that we are going to turbocharge this economy. We've got our portfolio holder, Councillor Rushworth, who's now taken the opportunity to go round to all the towns that have been awarded town deal funding. And although that was pre-G7, the potential of that spending within our towns and communities is really going to help boost the economy, and that is as a direct result of government funding. In relation to what else is happening within our community, within Cornwall, we are absolutely committed to having those engagements with our business leaders. And I hope I don't disappoint you, Councillor Hannaford. We've been besieged with business leaders wanting to talk to us because they know we've got 6 Cornish MPs. They know that we're going to be working with them, and we are going to be working with our government to make sure we get the right economy boost for Cornwall and deliver on our promises to turbocharge the economy. So I hope that doesn't disappoint you, that we've all been overwhelmed with calls from our business leaders who are actively looking to, for once now, to be able to join in with an administration who is going to turbocharge that economy and deliver for Cornwall. Thank you.
Right, I'm conscious that we have 3 minutes left. I'm going to bring in Councillor Rich if you want a speedy question. And then it's time for cricket, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. It's a question for a turbocharged question for Councillor Monk, if that's all right, please, Madam Chairman, if he's still available. Yeah, just firstly, I want to say I appreciate that. I think, Councillor Monk, you made a really good point. I do agree with you. We've got some really difficult decisions to make in addressing the housing crisis in Cornwall, and there's going to be conflicts because probably in the same breath, people say they're really worried about the lack of housing for local people and also worried about development in the same breath. So there's an obvious conflict there going down the line. And I do appreciate that you definitely seem to be taking steps to address those problems. My question's about private rentals. A lot of the people that we're seeing in the news at the moment with accommodation problems are people that were renting privately and they've been kicked out of where they live because the landlord either needs to move back or wishes to rent it out as an Airbnb or to sell it. And of course, all of those things the landlord is perfectly entitled to do. The problem is, and I think Councillor Rushworth made this point as well, so many people now can viably live in Cornwall and work from home when previously they were living in places like London and up country, and it is causing a huge pressure on that private rental market. And we can build all the council houses we like. We could build 10,000 council houses tomorrow, 10,000 affordable homes, but many people in Cornwall will probably never qualify for one of those because they simply don't get a high enough banding on home choice. So what they really need is a private rental. You know, they go on Rightmove. Look on Rightmove right now, wherever you live. I'd be surprised if there were more than 1 or 2 homes for rent within the square mile of where you're living. But we are in a good position, Cornwall Council, in terms of what we could do to meet some of that demand for private rentals. We have our own company that can build them. I know that company's set up just to make money for the council, but we could do some good with what we're doing, activity, by putting restrictions on some of those private rentals and even the sales, that they could only go to local families and we could reserve them for local key workers, just to try and do our bit. And will you be kind of coming back to council with any details on how we plan to achieve this? And if so, do you know roughly when, just given the urgency of the situation, please?
Councillor Mark.
Thank you very much. I got the first 10 seconds of your your question, and then I got about the last 30 seconds. So I'll answer the 30 seconds that I got. Yeah, we will be coming back with what we can do and what we think we can do as soon as humanly possible. But the officers are currently working on plans to give a detailed breakdown of that, and again, it will go to the scrutiny committee. I want us to be in a position where we can quite clearly see what we can provide and what we're on course to provide right now, and then have a look at which is the best way to then scale that up and then be able to deliver more to start to be able to provide the accommodation that people need. And I keep saying the accommodation that people need. It's trying to get a grip on exactly what people need. You mentioned home choice. The register for home choice, I think in 2012 had about 9,000 live applications on it. That's nearly doubled now to about 17,200 applications on it. So you can see the massive pent-up demand for social type housing that exists, and we need to be able to utilise every asset that we have to be able to meet that demand. But again, we can't. There's no point in just saying we're going to build a load of houses in one particular area if that's not the area that we actually people want to live in. So we've got to be clear and have the data available to us to make sure that we can target the supply to meet the demand in different areas. But I hope to come back by October with the report outlining that supply and demand, and then be able to move forward and start ramping up, working with Treveth and the other housing providers and private industry as well, trying to incentivise the private builders who are struggling to build out things at the moment, get them involved and let them build some stuff for us as well. So I'm very, very keen to be able to share those figures with you. But first of all, we've got to accumulate them, and that's what we're currently in the process of doing. But by September, October, I hope to have a much clearer picture of the supply and demand across Cornwall.
Thank you, Ollie. Is there a supplementary? No, okay. Right, unfortunately, there's 5 people that haven't been able to speak this afternoon. Councillors Kirkham, Toms, Whidden, Conway and Mitchell. We have gone over our 60 minutes and we are, tight for time today. So can I ask that if you send in your questions to the Cabinet person? Councillor Toms.
I would like to raise a point of order in what Councillor Monk said earlier on, and I'm trying to be helpful. In the First Homes legislation on paragraph 009, with the ID number 70-009-2021-0524, it says the local planning authority are encouraged to ensure that First Homes work well in their area, which might include the requiring of higher minimum discounts, lower prices, income caps, local connection, key worker requirements. Local authorities are also encouraged to develop the requirement for first homes in their area. Most appropriate methods or tools to do this will depend on the individual circumstances of each local planning authority. These might include, but not limited to, publication of an interim policy statement updating the relevant local plan policy, and local authority should assess their own circumstances when considering the most appropriate way to achieve this in their context. I believe that Councillor Monk could start writing that policy as soon as tonight with their officers.
This was not a point of order. So what we're going to suggest is if you speak to Councillor Monk, I'm sure that he'll respond to you in a written statement. We're going to draw things to the close because it's well gone past the hour and we have a cricket match to attend. So I will say this is the end of today's business. Thank you for your attention. Please would you stay seated until your marshal indicates that you should leave, but I think that's gone up the window anyway. So thank you for attending today, and hopefully we'll see some of you at the cricket match. Thank you.